I'll call this meeting. Perfect. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular board meeting of the LRSD Board of Trustees. We'll call this meeting to order at 9:08 this morning and start with O Canada. Or we'll go to Lori for our land acknowledgement.
Okay, welcome to our division office located on the traditional land and territory of Mississippi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people within the Treaty 7 region of Southern Alberta.
Thank you, and we will now have O Canada. I know, I'm like Thank you so much for that recording sent in from our WA Day students, from a group of our students at WA Day. We will now move on to our consent agenda. The recommendation is that the April 24th, 2023 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Hodges? Okay, and is there, sorry, I just need to see. Is there any opposed? Trustee Toon, I can't see you, but I don't see your hand up, so I'm going to, window is closing. Okay, so that is passed. Thank you. We'll move on to emergent changes to the agenda. Item C. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees that the April 24th, 2023 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get that motion by Trustee Yegas? And is there any emergent changes to the agenda? Trustee Gimber?
Yes, I do have a couple emergent changes, please. The first one is with regards to unused PD allocations. Okay. This is arising from business on Monday, April 17th that we were not able to get to due to a lack of time. That's the first one. What else do you need to know right now?
Is this a discussion item or an action item?
Action item.
Okay. And do you have a motion then that you can send to? Okay, perfect. Yep. So we will add unused PD dollars as an action item E5. Okay, perfect. Do you have others?
I do.
Okay, so we'll go to the next one.
It's the separation of honorarium and professional development. And again, same thing, it's business arising from the 17th. We never had time to go over. And it is an action item.
Okay. That would be action item E6. So, sorry, separation of honorarium from,
Professional development.
okay. Thank you, trustee Gimber. Any others?
Yeah, I have trustee input into budget.
Okay. Is this an action item?
Correct.
We'll make it E6. Okay.
And trustee Toon had his hand up.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber, is that all of your items?
Did you see trustee Toon had his hand up? I don't know if you needed to
Yep.
speak now.
Yes. Yeah, I'll come to him.
Oh, okay. And then I have 2 notice of motions.
Okay.
So the first one is with regards to the Stavely portable.
Okay.
And the second one is school vaping. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Gimber. Okay. Go ahead, trustee Toon.
Yeah, no, thank you, Madam Chair. I just getting clarification. I think trustee Gimmer covered off the motion that I had. I sent it in just now to Nikki and the chair to do with trustee input into the budget. Just seeing if yeah, I think that covers off that one, or if it's a separate one about the budget, it's separate. Okay.
Or the
Then
notice of, okay.
I have emergent to do with trustee input into the budget. And I sent that one in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I will put that as E8. Yep.
Yeah, and yeah, just for clarification, it's an action item as well.
Yeah. E8. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, trustee Hodges.
Just wondering why there's 2 action items on input into the budget, one from trustee Gimber and trustee Toon. And I'm also just wondering if we should go in camera.
Okay, thanks, trustee Hodges. There we go. So yeah, we need to finish with the emergent changes. Finish with this motion as it's on the table, and then if we want to go in camera for a minute, we can. So currently the motion would read, oh, sorry, thank you, trustee Hodges, trustee Gimber, and trustee Toon. Is there any other emergent changes or discussion around these items? Go ahead, trustee Yegus.
I don't know what E6 separation of honorarium from PD dollars is. But is this, by just reading what was said, is this an emergent item? Or can it be put on a put as a notice of motion or something, because I think when I look at that, I think maybe this is something we should, might have to look at and read about rather, have time to process it. I don't know, because nothing was sent out and I don't have any information on it, or we don't.
Thank you, trustee Yegus. I'll go ahead and let you respond to that, trustee Gimber.
It is emergent and should be on the agenda, as it could have an impact on the budget. And we don't have another meeting to discuss those items. So there is a write-up and I can discuss it in more detail, the idea behind it. We could go on camera, whatever, but it needs to be on the agenda as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, just curious, how come like the information wasn't sent in to be agenda items rather than emergent items? Go ahead, trustee Gimber.
We had these on the agenda to talk about at the April 17th meeting, and because we didn't get to all the information, all of the topics, I never had an opportunity to bring any of this up. There was a whole section on budget, trustee input into budget, and we never touched on it at all.
Okay, so I guess with only this information, we are voting, I mean, when you're voting in favor of this recommendation, it's to either add all of these or not. So is there any other discussion before I call the question, or can we move, just for a point of order, can we move in camera? Yes, we could remove this from the floor or we could. Okay. Lori, did you want to make a motion to move in camera now? Okay. So trustee Hodges would like to make a motion that we move into camera at 9:20. Are there any opposed to that? Sorry, I just have to scroll here for a minute. Okay, and then what's gonna happen is you're going to get a Google link for in camera. Is that right, Nikki?
Yes, that would be great.
Perfect. So this meeting will still be here and existing. You can leave this meeting and we'll go to the Google link, and then we'll come back here.
Did you get a Google link, Greg? Where's it coming from?
I just got it in my inbox.
Okay, I'll go back and look at my inbox.
Okay, I got it too. I saw it.
So Lacey, you can hit the no volume right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are just getting, we're just getting those emergent motions into Nikki so that they can be added to the agenda so we can see the actual motions. And then we will vote on that. So we are just going to give her a minute to get those copied and pasted. Thank you guys for bearing with us. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. This is just, Nikki's just so excellent to just get this all together for us so quickly. So she's just getting everything filled in here. We will look at these. So we're gonna vote on these individually. And so I will just read them one at a time here. And we're voting on if they're emergent and would like them added to the agenda today. So we'll go to E5. with the resignation of a Ward 1 trustee, there are professional development dollars allocated but not spent. Trustee Toon and Trustee Gimber have had an increased responsibility in the ward, and with the increased responsibility, there should be a coinciding increase in professional development. The professional development dollars remaining in the 2022-2023 budget that were allocated to the departed trustee should be divided equally among the remaining ward members. They are able to use those funds to cover additional professional development costs to help manage the expectation in that ward. And the recommendation is, the board's recommendation is to equally divide the $2,980.76 from former Ward 1 trustee professional development budget and apply it to Trustee Toon and Trustee Gimber's 2022-2023 professional development budget. So we are simply discussing whether or not this is emergent to be added. We're not actually going to discuss the relevancy of the actual motion. So trustees, as far as this being an emergent item, is there anyone who has any questions, concerns, comments before voting on whether or not this is emergent? Go ahead, Trustee Long. Nope. Okay, sorry, your fake hand is up there. That's okay. Oh, Mr. McTighe had his hand up. He's waving. Okay. Okay, so seeing none, I'm going to call, sorry, I didn't see Clara in here. There she is. Okay. So it looks like there's no discussion around that. So as far as adding this to the agenda for an emergent item, are there any opposed to adding this? Seeing Trustee Hodges is opposed and Trustee Long is opposed, and I am also opposed to adding this one as an emergent. So that one is carried. So we'll add that one as E5. Okay, and oh, yeah, sorry, 3 and 3, so that one is defeated, sorry. Okay. Okay,
Point of
then,
order, Madam Chair.
yep.
Is the person who puts them forward allowed to make any comment about them before as to why they're emergent?
Yes, we did have you guys speak to that, but
I thought that was individually, right? Like I spoke to it as a whole, why they all were, but I thought individually I should have an opportunity to speak to why they're emergent. It's fine. Going forward, I'd like the opportunity to speak to why they're emergent.
Yes, I absolutely believe that. You are correct, and I'm sorry for that. Also, although this is defeated as an emergent item, that does not mean that it can't come back to the floor as a regular item, like at a future meeting. Thank you for that point of order, Trustee Gimber. Emergent item number 2, which would now be E5 if it passes, separation of honorarium from professional development. Professional development hours need to be paid and calculated separately from trustee honorarium. The following is a real world example why the current method does not work. The trustee has a zone and a school, so a zone 6 meeting and a school council meeting for a total of 4.75 hours. The trustee had professional development for 3.0 hours. The total was 7.75 hours. The pay was $290 for 8 hours rate. The trustee did not claim professional development of 3 hours because it would be disadvantageous. It would increase their pay and it would decrease the available, it wouldn't increase their pay and it would decrease the available professional development allotment. The pay would be $290 regardless, if it was 4.75 or 7.75. The result is a trustee attending professional development that should be reflected somewhere. The current practice is not good for transparency, and there is no incentive for trustees to take professional development. Professional development hours need to be paid and calculated separately from trustee honorarium. The language in the policy does not include professional development, and this needs to be amended. Therefore, the recommendation would be that the board directs the policy committee to add a section for professional development to policy 8.6. It will specify that professional development is paid per diem as per the rates in Appendix C and expenses at the policy 8.6 rate. They will be calculated, paid, and recorded separately from regular trustee honorarium. This is effective immediately. So we'll vote on that one first. We'll have trustee Gimber speak to this one first. Go ahead, trustee Gimber. You are muted. And sorry, again, we're just speaking to the emergent. Yeah.
So this one is emergent for two reasons. One is with regards to the budget, and the second is with regards to at the meeting of the whole professional development numbers for all of the trustees were handed out for the first time in several months. So calculations were shown, and it yeah, that's it.
Sorry, trustee Gimber. Can you just repeat our audio? I don't know if it did for other people, but our audio cut out here. So we just heard the very end of that.
Okay. Can you hear me now then?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So for the first part, it's with regards to budget. Second would be professional development numbers for all of the trustees were handed out for the first time in a few months on Monday at the meeting of the whole. And the third item would be because it's with regards to 2022-2023 professional development, and the school year is quickly running out for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions around the emergent nature of this item? Trustee Toon?
Not a question, Chair, but a comment. I support this being emergent for the reasons that trustee Gimber stated. We are changing things how we aren't changing. We've had updates come about our professional development, and this one is kind of challenging because it is a personal matter where you can decide what you get claimed for and what you're not.
Point of
So I
order,
think it's,
Madam Chair. We've gone into discussion now instead of questions for clarification. We're now supporting the motion, and this, we haven't even voted on it yet.
yeah, I was going to say why it's emergent. Sorry for being long-winded, Chair. I think with for the reasons that trustee Gimber stated, it's emergent. I apologize.
Lacey, you're muted.
Thank you, trustee Long. I see that trustee Hodges is in reading it close. Any other comments or questions around the relevancy of this being emergent? Okay. Seeing none, I will just call the question then. I will only read the recommendation. So recommendation 1 is that the board directs the policy committee to add a section for professional development to policy 8.6. It will specify that professional development is paid per diem as per rates in Appendix C and expenses at the policy 8.6 rate. They will be calculated, paid, and recorded separate from regular trustee honorarium. This is effective immediately. We are voting in favor of adding it to the agenda, or of having it wait till another agenda. So all of those who are opposed to this being an emergent item. I just have to scroll through you guys here, so just give me 1 sec. Trustee Long is opposed. Okay. So that is carried. Thank you. And that'll be item E5. Thank you. Okay, we're moving to the next recommendation. If recommendation 1 passes, so this would be that the board directs administration to revisit the professional development calculation for the days in which trustees attend the governance course in 2023, 2022. Those days will be amended and variances will be paid or repaid and recorded as per recommendation 1. Available professional dollars will be updated and supplied to the trustees by the next regular board meeting. Okay, so I think that these two go hand in hand. So does anyone, Trustee Gimber, I'll allow you to speak to the urgency of this one if you'd like to. Sorry, I almost skipped it again.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It is, all 3 of these are kind of all one package deal. So I don't even know if I should have called them recommendation 1, recommendation 2, recommendation 3. So all for the same reasons.
Okay. Any conversation around the urgent emergency of this item? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Just a clarification. So the motion at the beginning, so that should this not have been included in one motion if this emergent or not? Or are we voting on this next one to see if it's emergent and then the next one after that if it's emergent? So then it wouldn't be part of a whole package. So I just seeking clarity on that, please.
So Trustee Gimber, was that your intent to have this all be one item then?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
I think each of these are separate parts of it.
Yes.
They have different meanings, so I would hope Trustee Gimber does not want these to be all as one package because they all are separate and they should all be voted on separately as if they were part of like this one should be voted separately as it was a separate motion because it is different from the first one.
Okay. Do you mean as an emergent item, it should be voted on separate, or once it comes to the floor, it would be voted on separate? Trustee, I guess.
No, once it as an emergent item.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Trustee, I guess. So as an individual item, we will, Trustee Gimber has spoken to why this is emergent for the same reasons stated for the first recommendation here. So is there any more questions or discussions around why this is or isn't emergent? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges, or is that old hand? Okay, old hand. Okay, so the recommendation is that the board directs administration to revisit the professional development calculation for the days in which trustees attended the governance course in 2022, 2023. Those days will be amended and variances will be paid, repaid, and recorded as per recommendation. Number 1, available professional dollars will be updated and supplied to the trustees by the next regular board meeting. Is there anyone who's opposed to this being an emergent item? Trustee Hodges, Trustee Long, Trustee Yegus, that is defeated. Okay.
Point of order.
Mhm.
Just Did you actually get trustee Yegas's hand? Her hand's been up for like 5 minutes.
Thank you. When I'm
Yeah,
scrolling.
Can I just say, I forgot to lower my hand. I wasn't voting for
Okay,
against it.
perfect. So we'll take that vote again. Those who are against it being emergent, I have trustee Hodges, trustee Long. Go ahead, you're against. Thank you, trustee Long. Okay. Trustee Yegas. Okay, perfect. So that one is carried.
How can you see trustee Yegas's hand?
Well, her camera is closed, so I
Oh.
do need your camera on, trustee Yegas, but she did say that.
Oh,
So trustee Yegas, just for clarity, are you in favor of this second recommendation being an emergent item?
yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, and so we'll move on to the next one. Recommendation number 3, that the board is requesting that admin provide information regarding, wait, no. Okay. Recommendation 3, sorry, on the other page. I'm like, this is not making sense. The board directs the policy committee to add a section for external committees to policy 8.6. It will specify that external committees reimbursement be calculated, paid, and recorded separate from trustee honorarium and professional development. I will let trustee Gimber speak to the emergent nature of this item.
For the same reasons as the rest of it, is it's all to be considered at once, but voted on separately.
Thank you. Okay. So around the emergent nature of this item, is there any questions or clarification? Sorry, I just have to read it in my head again. So I just have a clarifying question. We currently, this is not the current practice. Like there's no dollars allocated for external committees. So this would be directing policy. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this clear in my mind. This is directing policy to make that, but is it audit committee? Then audit committee has to create funds for that. Okay, I guess it's an emergent item. Policy, okay. Yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand. But as far as being, yeah, go ahead, trustee Toon.
Thank you. Yeah, I support this being emergent. If I try and give an explanation, I know I won't be able to articulate it very well, and I'll get into debate, but there is in discussions at the last meeting with Mr. Perry, this was something that was before the meeting, after the meeting, this was something that was brought up to come forward if we wanted to do something different. So I'll save it for the meeting if the trustees so choose. Thank you.
Right, okay, and I guess if it should be audit committee instead of, or vice versa, that could all be figured out in wording of the motion. So it's just the emergentness of it. Is there any other clarifying questions or? Trustee Long, do you have your hand up for a clarifying question? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, could I have?
Around emergent, sorry.
Could I have trustee Gimber please repeat item 3? Apologize, I can't read it on the screen, so I'd like to hear it again.
Yep.
The board directs the policy committee to add a section for external committees to policy 8.6. It will specify that external committee reimbursements be calculated, paid, and recorded, separate from trustee honorarium and professional development. I'd add
Thank
more,
you.
but I don't know if that's considered clarifying. The idea is to keep the 3 pots separate.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Yegus around
Uh,
emergent.
Yes, I don't understand what is meant by external committees, because we do have policy policy 10 talks about
Sorry.
external.
Thanks, Trustee Yegus. I think you, like me, are we're kind of curious about where this is going, but I think that what I said, we should both have that discussion when we're discussing this actual item. As far as it being emergent, I think the reason is because it will affect our budget, right? And we're making the budget right now. Go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
I have problems voting for or against this if I don't know what external means,
Okay,
what it replies to.
sure. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber, around what external committees means.
So external committees in this, am I muted? No. External committees in this situation are the ones that are paid by somebody else, a different board, the zone, ASBO, whichever, that the money is not coming from our budgets. But it should be reflected separately for transparency.
I don't. Point of order, I still don't understand what is meant by that, coming from somebody else. Does that mean, I don't understand, does that mean like with ASBA?
Yeah, so it would say, like, for Trustee Hodges, I believe, if I'm correct, Trustee Gimber, for Trustee Hodges, she would put that she went to the Zone 6 meeting and was paid for that meeting from Zone 6, but she also attended a school council and a meeting of the whole. And so she would get paid for the meeting of the whole and the school council from Livingston Range. And that would show on her pay stub. It would also show that she went to Zone 6 and was paid, but was paid by ASBA, not by the zone.
That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so we're just speaking around the emergent nature. I mean, we're doing our best. I'm sorry, you guys. It's a tough one to navigate. So I'm just gonna give everyone a minute to just get this in their mind before we vote on whether or not this will be an emergent item. Okay. Before we vote, does anyone have anything clarifying about this being an emergent item? It's not whether or not you agree with it, but whether or not it's emergent. So are there any opposed by a show of your actual physical hand to this item being an emergent item? Trustee Hodges, Trustee Long, Trustee Yegus, and Trustee Poitras. So that is defeated. Okay. We will move on to next emergent item, trustee input into budget. The 2023-2024 LRSD budget is currently being prepared. The trustees have expressed a need to have more input before the budget is finalized. As such, there are 2 considerations for this discussion. 1, committee funding. Policy 9 and 10 details information regarding the committees of the board and board representatives. Currently, there are no expenses incurred. There are expenses. Thanks, Carla. I'm so glad I can see you out of the corner of my eye. Okay, currently, there are expenses incurred by some committees for which there is no budget. For example, the audit committee provides dinner to the trustees and public committee members, even though there is no budget specifically allocated to the audit committee. If the committee had a budget and knew the limits, planning for the year's events and activities could be more effective. And what do we got here? What?
In some cases.
Oh, in some cases, funds for a committee's budget could be used to cover, sorry, it's just kind of under my picture. Okay, cover important learning for the trustees. I need just to scroll for the recommendation there. How do I move the pictures to the side? Oh, I can minimize them. There we go. Sorry, everyone. Okay. The recommendation, the board recommends each committee and board representation determine their desired budget during the organizational meeting for board approval. Further, that the board directs the administration to consider forthcoming committee budgets when creating the 2022-2023 LRSD budget. Okay. Trustee Gimber, would you like to speak to why this is emergent?
Yeah, so just to clarify, at the end there, it actually says 2022, 2023, 2024 budget. The chair said 2022, 2023. So this would be emergent again because our budget is coming. It's all with regards to budget. This would have been something that would have been brought up at the meeting of the whole to consider.
Thank you. And yes, I did mean 23, 24. Is there any clarification on why this is considered emergent? Seeing none. Are there any opposed? Sorry, I'll read it. The board recommends, each committee and board representative determine their desired budget during the organizational meeting for board approval. Further, the board directs the administration to consider forthcoming committee budgets when creating the 2023-2024 LRSD budget. Are there any opposed to this being an emergent item today? Trustee Hodges, Trustee Long, and Trustee Yegus are opposed. So that is defeated. Trustee Toon, Grantham School budget. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees supports the budget remaining fundamentally the same for Grantham School for the 2023-2024 school year to help facilitate the continued work to find solutions to increase enrollment. Trustee Toon, would you like to speak to why this is emergent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, after the date that was required to submit things for the agenda, received a lot of feedback from community members concerned about what is they're being told about the upcoming budget. I think that it is crucial we have this discussion before our next meeting, and that's why I bring this agenda item for you today.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns around why this item would be considered emergent or not? Okay, I'm seeing none. If anyone has any questions or concerns, please unmute yourself and let me know now. My pictures are kind of loading, unloading here. Okay, so the recommendation that's being brought forward as an emergent recommendation is that the Board of Trustees support the budget remaining fundamentally the same for Grantham School for the 2023-2024 school year to help facilitate the continued work to find solutions to increase enrollment. All of those opposed to this being an emergent motion. Okay, I am seeing none. So that is carried. Okay. That will now be item E6. Notices of motion do not need to be voted on. They are just notices of motion coming forward. So if we go back to our original item, emergent changes, we've now voted on what will be added to the motion. We will have motion E5 and E6 added to the agenda. And the recommendation made by Trustee Yegus is that the April 24th, 2023 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as amended All in favor, or are there any opposed? Trustee Gimber?
At what point would I say I'd like a notice of motion for the ones that were defeated? My emergent items that were defeated, I'd like them all to be on the next agenda, please.
You can just submit them as agenda items. You don't have to have a notice of motion for them.
Point of order, Madam Chair, that
Yep.
can happen at any time. If she just does that, then that's
Yeah.
what just happened.
Yeah, so, yeah, you can say, that's true that you can say it at any time during any meeting. So you can just add them as agenda items, or you can have a notice of motion for those items to come forward for the May. So would
Okay,
you like
so
to
this
make
is my
that
notice of motion.
your
Is that
official
all?
notice of motion? Okay, perfect. So that is passed, and then notice of motion for the May agenda. And we'll just add the defeated emergent agenda items. Okay, perfect. So thank you so much, Nikki. I'm pulling up my agenda again here too. We will move on to our declaration of conflict of interest. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest related to agenda items from the April 24th, 2023 board meeting, and if so, they should declare them now. Seeing none, we will move on. Nikki, can you just scroll down? What time did we have our Teton group invited in?
9:45, and they are
Okay.
ready to go as soon as I just have to text them and let them know that you guys are ready.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we move out of order and have our Teton presentation now. Are there any opposed to that, just due to our presenters being here and being ready? Okay, I am seeing none. So we will go ahead and I'd encourage you just to leave your cameras on while we invite the Teton members into the room, and then I believe that they will be screen sharing. So if you have low broadband, then you could turn your camera off at that time. So we'll go ahead and invite them in. Greg, did you want to introduce them when they come in?
Hi, can you hear us?
Hi there, we can hear you guys.
Okay, perfect. So yes, even if you just went to ask Amber, she'll round them up.
Thank you guys for joining us, and we're so sorry for the delay this morning.
Yeah, no problem. Actually, we were wondering if it was like, if you needed to get back to urgent items, you know, we schedule if need be.
Nope, that's totally fine. We're so happy to have you guys here.
Okay.
Greg, did you want to introduce them at all? Are you good? Okay. All right, ladies, so we'll just turn it over to you for your presentation.
Okay, perfect. So just bear with me. I'm going to get our presentation ready to go.
Marnie, did Trey not make it?
Yeah, sorry, yes, Trey did not make it. He had to he had to work.
Xander, Izzy, and Abby, can you go to room 202, please?
So yeah, we don't
Izzy,
have
Xander, and
Trey,
Abby, to room 202. Thank you.
but we have our own student reps. So we have Izzy, Xander, and Abby. So Izzy and Xander are our 2 grade 5 students, and Abby is our grade 4 student. Here, just a minute. Hold on, Zoom is a little different than.
While Marnie's doing that, I'll introduce the people. I was thinking you'd know, everybody would know everybody, but it won't be true. We have Marnie Davidson, who is the principal at ISS. And we have Emily Bryan, who is from the Castle Crow's Nest Watershed Nature Conservancy. We were supposed to have Trey Prince. He's the grade 12 student. Unfortunately, he's not here. We have Margaret Thomas. Margaret, I'm not sure what you're representing. Maybe you could tell us.
Well, I'm representing parents for sure, but I also
Okay.
sit on the boards of FCSS and the library, the Crow's Nest Library Board.
All right, and I see we have 2 grade 5 students there. One's quite familiar to me. Her name is Isabella Long. And if the other young gentleman would introduce himself, please.
Xander.
Thank you very much.
All right, can you see the screen that I'm presenting?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We are thrilled to be able to share this presentation with you because it is a passion in Crow's Nest Pass. And we just wanted to share some of the energy that comes when a community works so closely with a school to advance learning for not only K-12 students, but everyone in our community. So before we begin, I would like to share a land acknowledgement. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that we live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Kani, Ersitina, Nakota Nations, the Métis Nation of Region 3, and all people who make their homes in the Treaty 7 region of Southern Alberta. So we're here today to really share with you what our learning ecosystem is. And our mission statement, as I read the mission statement, you'll see that it really activates the the Livingstone Range Student Success Plan that is in place in terms of engagement, safe and caring, 21st century skills, and that our progress can be measured. So within the Crow's Nest Pass, our learning ecosystem's mission statement is, as a vibrant learning ecosystem, we work together to facilitate learning that activates and nurtures our potential, enhances wellness, and instills a sense of belonging for people in the Crow's Nest Pass. And during our presentation to you today, you are going to see and hear from our members that are here today how we facilitate learning, how that nurtures our potential, how it enhances wellness, and how it instills that sense of belonging. These are only some of our partners that we are working together with, but it certainly instills the values that schools cannot do it alone, and that we have these partners who have bought in tremendously to advocate for learning in our community. And I'll turn it over to Margaret, and she's going to share her perspectives and her thoughts.
Hi, I'm Margaret Thomas. I'll probably be mostly reading off of here because if I don't, I'll get totally sidetracked. But so my perspective is actually kind of a bit of a unique perspective because I have 6 kids, 3 of them who have already graduated. So I had one that graduated in 2016, one that graduated in 2018, and one that graduated in 2020, all from Crow's Nest Consolidated High School. So I've had the advantage of being able to see how their learning was throughout their years of learning and kind of compare to what it's like now for my younger kids. My younger kids are now in grade 7, grade 4, and grade 2. And so I thought it would be really awesome to kind of share some of my observations as a parent in what I see happening with the kids. So the first bullet I have up there is that the students are more open to new experiences and express their ideas more freely. So my children are, I've noticed, who have been engaging in the place-based learning, which would be the younger 3. The things I noticed that are different are that they're much more open to new experiences. They're much more free to share their ideas with other children, also with adults, and that they're also really, really encouraging of having their peers also share their ideas with themselves. So from kind of a networking perspective and like just seeing them share everything is really unique, because I found the kids that I have that have already graduated, they really don't possess that sort of freedom to express themselves as much, especially when it came to education. They were all felt like they had to be very quiet. They couldn't ask questions and all that sort of stuff. So these younger kids now that are experiencing these place-based learning, they just feel a lot more openness and connectiveness to everybody, including the adults that they're around. My second point is kind of touching on that the students are retaining the information that's given to them for longer periods of time, and they're more able to convert that knowledge into applicable real life situations. I've seen a lot of this in my younger kids. They're just retaining the information so much longer, and they also seem to have a lot less material fatigue. So when they're trying to learn about a certain thing, like I think my older kids would just get tired of learning about it. They would just memorize it so that they could pass a test and be done with it. The younger kids are actually thinking about these ideas. And then when we're out of school and we're in our neighborhood, or we're in our community, or we're in our forests, they're talking to me about what they have learned. They're sharing that with the kids that are younger than them. So like my 2 older ones would be sharing it with my grade 2. It's really interesting to see that happening. And it's not just sharing with us, it's also sharing with other people that they're coming in contact with. My sister's kids come down, they're talking to them about all this information that they've learned through school, but through place-based learning. And it just really resonates with them for a long time. My third point that I wanted to talk about was how the students are retaining, they're remaining challenged and possessing what I consider incredible out-of-the-box thinking. So they're happy to engage with the same material for longer periods of time. They're possessing this out-of-the-box thinking so that they can stretch their imaginations. They can also, they also seem to have like this keen ability to be able to problem solve a lot quicker with a lot of different, perspectives of, like, it's almost like they can, instead of just going at it from one perspective, they can go at it from like 6 or 7 different perspectives. And then they can go through all of the ideas they have, find something that suits what they need to solve. And watching this happen is amazing. I mean, my older kids now possess some of that, but most of it didn't really happen until after they graduated and they got out into the workforce. To be able to see this happening in like grade 2 and grade 4 and grade 7 students is absolutely mind-blowing to me. And I have no doubt in my mind that it has so much to do with this place-based learning and the learning ecosystem that we started creating here with like the partners. Like my one daughter came home and said that she went to the paper and she learned how a paper ran, and that, you know, they were talking about fiscal responsibility and stuff like that. And she brought that home and she was doing a budget. This is grade 7. She's doing her own budget for her, what she's making babysitting. And I was like totally mind blown. So that was just one example. There's a lot of examples. You don't want to listen to me talk about those all day. So the last part that I was going to talk about was that they're grasping integral concepts at a younger age, especially in respect to like the consequence and repercussions to their own actions. And also that they have this sustained vivacious attitude about going to school. I mean, kids never, well, in my experience, kids never want to get up to go to school. They're oh, I don't want to get up today. I just want to play. I want to whatever. But like with my older kids, I experienced that a fair bit, where it would be like, oh, like the weeks would drag on. It'd seem like months. Now it's not like that. Like they have that pep, that vigor. They come home, they want to tell me about everything that they've learned, where they've gone, what they've been doing, what businesses they were interacting with. Like they are so like engaged in everything that's going on around them. One. All right, so the tangible experiences that they're participating in, let them view the community environment around them as part of their responsibility. So their earlier comprehension of these integral concepts, like cause and effect, consequences, and repercussions to their own actions, and even how they can be fiscally responsible and also responsible for their environment. So I guess in conclusion of my part here, I just wanted to say that overall, I'm seeing like this sustained vivacious attitude about school. Their interest in learning is so much more expansive than my older kids were. And overall, I would actually say that my 3 kids who have had this benefit of playing with learning and being able to be part of everything that's going on in this place-based eco-learning scenario, they are just so much happier as children. And I couldn't be more thankful for that. So thanks for listening. So now we have what other parents are saying, because you just don't want to know what I'm saying. I mean, so we had done a survey, right, Marty? This is from the survey. So these are actual excerpts of what other parents are saying. So the first one was, gives a chance to do valuable learning outside of the classroom. It shows lifelong learning and the various places and ways learning can happen. And another parent had mentioned that the connection to the other professionals in the area who can teach the children valuable skills. The ability to show students professionals in the community and their work gives them more diversity and liveliness in ways of teaching. And another parent says that they appreciate the students are submersed into different aspects of our area that may normally stay hidden. Another parent says, I love that it brings awareness and starts conversations about our community and environment. And another parent says, it has allowed my children to have hands-on experiences in a variety of locations and projects. More than just a spectator, the programs are encouraging them to get involved and have a personal connection with the activity. And another parent is saying that it has been a great way for my child to learn more about the amazing area that we live in. And lastly, my kids love it and they are learning about their town and their area.
All right, we're going to give you an opportunity to hear first and foremost from 3 students from Isabel Stallin School. Students from CCHS could not make at this time, but Xander is in grade 5. We've been introduced to Xander. So Xander is going to tell you about the pictures, why he wanted these selected, and what this learning experience meant for him. Go ahead, Xander.
So we went to Peaks to learn about avalanche safety and like why avalanches are triggered and stuff. And yeah, I thought it was really fun because I'm a big skier, and like in skiing, there's always the danger of avalanches. And yeah, I thought it was really fun to like learn about it from, like, I actually knew the guy because he was my neighbor. And then yeah, we went into like small groups and we like did a whole bunch of like tests on everything. We learned about like the layers of snow and ice and stuff. And my other one was for skiing. And I thought skiing was really fun because you got to like go to like our community ski hill and then ski with like your friends and stuff wherever you really wanted, except for like train park. And then after you get like a free lesson on like skiing or snowboarding. And I thought that was really fun.
One of the pieces that was interesting in Xander's favorite trip, this is Mr. Hennig, and he's also the outdoor pursuits teacher at CCHS. So this opportunity for grade 5 students going to Peaks also connected with a group of outdoor education participants and students at CCHS. Abby.
So we went to Ruby Lake to go ice fishing and like to learn about how like thick the ice has to be to walk on and where you should like be to make a hole to catch the fish.
Do you want to share your thoughts about, because your mom shared that you didn't want to go on this trip, but not, it was your favorite one.
Because I just thought we were just gonna ice fish the whole day. But then we did like a couple other things and I don't quite remember what they were, but
It was still memorable. Thank you.
yes.
Thank you, Abby. And Izzy's thoughts. Tell us what you wanted to share, Izzy.
So these pictures are from Week by the Creek. We went outdoors a lot for the week. We had music in the gazebo and we learned how the past herald worked. We made some teepees outside on a hike we did. We went to a creek and we learned about all the different insects that would live there.
Thank you. So in the survey that Margaret shared of what parents had said, we shared a similar survey with students because we always want to know what they're thinking rather than just deliver this type of programming to them. So in the survey, one of the questions was a yes or no question. It's the graphic that's there. So the question just simply was, do you think more place-based learning experiences should be added during the school year? And an overwhelming yes, 84% to, I think it's 16% said no. But certainly of the comments of what students were saying, the theme is that learning is more applicable, it's more authentic when they are, immersed in it, when they're doing hands-on things, experiencing it firsthand for themselves, rather than, for example, watching a video of someone present the information to them, or completing, a worksheet just to complete the information, or, when they have opportunity to learn from experts that come in. And I certainly appreciate how even kids are identifying their learner style, knowing that it helps them to stay more focused rather than being in the classroom. The next piece of our learning ecosystem is where place-based learning comes in. And that's our partnership among the 3 schools in the Crow's Nest Pass. So Horace Allen, Isabel Salon School, and Crow's Nest Consolidated. And this partnership is with the Teton Science Network. That partnership is really about building all the assets that we have in our community and bringing them together. One of the things I want to point out as well is that the whole piece behind intentional culture, community leadership, and that place-based approach really fits within the 3 overarching wildly important goals in our school priorities and divisional plans. Certainly when it comes to leadership, culture, and academics. There's also a different component there within the character and leadership piece, and specifically for Isabel Salon School, that's where a lot of the principles of leader in me comes into place, and certainly the habits of highly effective people. So this community partnership with Teton Science is really intentional, certainly to help all 3 schools in student development when it comes to those principles, even in the student success plan, about engagement, preparation of 21st century skills. We learn about, as a community, how we can build our own capacity, how we work together as professionals. This group has also introduced us to a visual, and there are infographics behind it that's called the place triangle. And so really it's understanding the place we are in the lens of ecology, economy, and culture. And we are using that as an anchor point. So for example, when we visit peaks or when we go on site trips that are away from our school campus. And lastly, it's really helping us move forward with student advocacy and leadership. Part of the piece that's important with that is that it is a collaboration space. So certainly Teton is working with our group, working with our partners, and our partners are our students and our staff. And certainly we share that message along to our parent council when we have regular tri-school council meetings. There is a teacher network advocate system. There is a student network advocate system, and we have had their support, Teton support, just helping us along with different implementation indicators, a whole digital resource bank, and an asset database. The asset database is really linking our learning ecosystem together to that K-12 environment of all the people that we can connect with to make learning more relevant in K-12 classrooms. And I'm just going to, Xander and Izzy are here with us today. You've met them already, but it's just a short video. I think it's 50 seconds long. It just shows their connecting, developing their leadership skills with the members of Teton. And if you can't hear it, just let me know.
My name is Xander, and I go to Isabel Salon School. I'm in 5th grade, and one of my interests is drawing, and I also play hockey. And one of the things I like about our school is to get to go on ski trips and out to the outdoor learning center. Hi, my name's Izzy, and I'm in 5th grade. I like to read and draw, and I like that we get to go on hikes in our school.
I'm Bridget, and I got to come and work with the teachers and principal, and it was so exciting. Welcome to our place network. We're so happy to have you here.
So,
You look right here. Oh my goodness. And then next, certainly part of our learning ecosystem involves other community members. So pleased to have Emily Ryan with us.
Yeah, so I'm a wildlife biologist and I work for the Nature Conservancy of Canada, which is an organization that works all across Canada, but I'm here in the Castle Crow's Nest watersheds. I'm based out of Crow's Nest Pass. I live and work here. And I want to bring the perspective of someone who's not really related to the education system at all. When you think about it, I don't have kids here in the past or anything. But I've been creating these connections with the teachers and the entire education ecosystem here in the past few years. And it's been really interesting. At first, I was thinking it would just be, well, you know, the Nature Conservancy owns some fabulous natural land around here, really close to town. So I was like, well, we can offer these places for the, you know, the students to go and learn and do whatever they want outside with teachers. And then started realizing that I also have things that I can share. So I work in conservation, so share some of the things that I do, some of the things that are important here in the Crow's Nest Pass, you know, why our natural environment is so important, and start sharing that with the kids. So, you know, it's great because teachers have started reaching out to me for all kinds of things. So even there's I think she's a grade 8 English teacher that reached out and she said, hey, my kids just read, my students just read Hatchet, that novel, and now we're going to go for a little hike, and would you just come and accompany us on our hike and just answer questions about whatever plants or, you know, tracks that we see or anything the kids might be curious about. So just little things like that I think are fantastic. Well, first, it's fun for me to get to share with the students, with the younger people, and I like to think they really love it too. You know, I organized also a field trip with grade 6 group. And, you know, the teachers asked me if I can talk about conservation and environment and things like that. But really, I kept it really loose and started looking at things and showing things to the kids like, okay, here we have deer poop and here we have elk poop, and show them the difference. And then tell them, okay, do you think you can find moose poop? And some would be super interested and start looking. Some would just go on their own and start, you know, finding rocks and, you know, just go on their own adventure and come back with totally different questions, you know, what's that bird or anything. And I think that was a fantastic day to show that I think each kid learned something there, but I think it was all different. But I think that's where it's great. You can really see what's interesting there, right? And if you go to the next slide. For us too, it brings something to our organization and me personally too. So like I said, you know, I work in conservation, so obviously the future is very important, and all these kids, you know, in a few years, they're going to be our leaders. They're going to be the ones doing my job. So I think it's important for them to understand young, why our natural environment is so important. And here in the Crow's Nest Pass, I mean, our area is so special and they need to understand why. And also, you know, I work a lot with volunteers. We're not-for-profit. We don't have a lot of money. So I'm starting to try to include volunteers as students. So for example, we're starting a restoration project this spring, and I'm hoping to get kids involved to volunteer to help us with that project. So I think, again, it would be great for everybody involved. And finally, every year we hire interns in the summer. And, you know, I get 80 resumes that I have to look at for one position. And so I look at it and it's like 20 years old. None of them have a lot of experience, but they're young. How do you figure out who you're going to interview, who you want to hire? Well, I realized that the kids who have volunteering experience in their communities and who have been out in their communities being involved, those are the ones that I want to select, because when you hire them, when you work with them, it makes such a big difference for all of the reasons that, like, you notice in your kids, and you know, the problem solving, all of that. So it makes a huge difference. I think that project is going to create better young employees later on in a few years. So yeah, that's my perspective.
And lastly, just a few more photos of our community connecting with us in order to apply learning in a hands-on way, connecting with Indigenous perspectives, Métis perspectives, local trappers, we talked already about our nature with ice fishing, just for students to understand that there is that connection between culture, economy, and ecology. And just to end it for us, this tweet was found, and we found that it really resonated with the purpose of our learning ecosystem. In a thriving community-based learner-centered ecosystem, the classroom is redefined to include the entire community. And we certainly feel that our community is our classroom, and we are to share that with you. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your presentation today. We have been looking forward to this. We know we had to reschedule you guys. But Mr. Long, he talks about the Crow's Nest Pass and your guys' school, and Trustee Yegas about how wonderful you guys are doing out there and all these interesting things. But, we can only take his word for so much. So hearing all these parent quotes and hearing from you students, is it Abby who's in the white long sleeve shirt there? Is that you, Abby? Hi, Abby. Sometimes I feel like you. When I hear let's go ice fishing, I'm like, yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you. But then you go out and you do it, and there's so much more to ice fishing than just ice fishing, getting out and having the experience and being out in nature, and you learn so much. And you realize that maybe it's a lot funner than you thought it was going to be. And I think that there's a lot of students who are like Abby, who think, ice fishing, I don't know. But then you get out of the classroom and the fresh air and all your friends, and there's a lot of really excellent things that are happening out there. So we're so grateful that you guys came and presented us today, and we absolutely love hearing all this wonderful feedback. I just want to ask if any of the trustees have any questions for any of these kids or our presenters. So we'll go ahead with Trustee Long first.
It's important to note that there's a community committee of probably 12 or 14 people and these students. And so this is just a few of our core group that's here to speak. It's not all about being outside and having fun in the environment. I'm not sure if any of the committee members there can speak to 2 of the 3 projects that are going to be going in the fall that are not things like ice fishing, and you might not be aware of them.
So Greg, I know that in terms of the rerouting of the creek, is that one of them? And so I know particularly with that one, we're trying to find ways that, even though that's a more CCHS, like high school level project, but working together among the 3 schools and the community partners is finding ways for involvement, where we can come in, because we do live in this community and we want to be part of action projects that impact our community so that our students will be engaged, will be perhaps more resilient and have some of that buy-in to taking care of the places that we live, work, and play.
Yeah, I thought it was important that we mention that it's not just about getting the students outdoors. We have projects that are going on in the community that students are going to, they're going to be the leaders in getting those things accomplished. Thanks, Marnie.
Thanks, Trustee Long. Is there any other trustees who have any questions for any of our presenters here? Trustee Yegas?
This is for the students. Did you do anything for Earth Day on Saturday?
Spend time outside? Yeah, we were outside. Go ahead.
I played outside Sunday because I come Saturday.
Okay.
I was outside for a while too. Like we built a rink in the backyard, so we were taking it down that weekend. And I walked with my friend for a little bit. We for swimming and went for a couple of walks.
So it sounds like spending time outside in nature for Earth Day. Very sweet.
Thank you.
Awesome. Any other trustees have any comments or questions for these students and their community members and teachers? Okay. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to be here with us. I'm sure next time we see you and hear from you, we'll hear from CCHS as well. But we appreciate all of this wonderful feedback. And would you mind sharing your presentation with us?
Yeah,
Maybe if you send it to Nikki would be great.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. And you guys have an excellent day. Not everyone will unmute to clap, but I'm clapping on behalf of all of us.
Thank you. Bye now.
Thank you. Bye. What a wonderful presentation that was.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to get my 2 bits in before we
We're going
move
to move
on.
right on without Greg speaking,
And
please.
I know we're pushed for time. If for some, it might not seem like that's not what trustees are for. We're about governance. So why have a presentation like that? But that's why I'm a trustee. We're all here for different reasons. That's totally why I'm here as a trustee, is for support. So this is not a program that's run in the school. It happens in the school, but it's a community-based program that is created outside of the school, and the school's involved in it. So what's that got to do with the trustee? In our communities, we give voice to these things that could happen, and we support them, and we try and initiate involvement from people other than the school system. And I say there's about 14 community members on the core group, and there's probably 50 or 60 in the whole group that are all involved. And it's so that is a trustees governorship. We're elected to represent our community, and so we instigate things and get them going. There, I've had my piece.
Thanks, Greg. We've always known you're an instigator, so no surprise. But it's true. We appreciate it. And especially when we think about rural education, it's more than a school. It's a community involvement. And, you know, we've heard talk about school is often the heart of the community. And that's why we need these partnerships. And I just loved hearing those parent quotes about, you know, just how engaged their kids are in learning about their town and their environment. And anyways, so wonderful, wonderful. We will move back to our, go back to our order and go to action item. We're going to start with action item E1, which reads trying to keep my agenda up here, but also not hit any buttons. So, okay. Okay, the 23-24 board meeting and meeting of the whole meeting schedule. So attached for your review is a draft proposed board meeting and meeting of the whole dates for 2023-2024 school year. The dates are listed there, and the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed meeting dates for the 2023-2024 regular board and meeting of the whole meetings presented as presented or amended. This is being moved by Trustee Long, and we will just open it up for Trustee Long. Did you want to speak to the meeting dates at all?
Yeah, it's important that we put these dates in now, because we know we're in competition with municipality of Fort McLeod, booking their meetings in those rooms too. So it's important that we get on this right now and get it done, so we have our meeting dates.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Is there any, go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I think Trustee Toon was first, but I was asking for a bio break, please.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. So we'll just vote on this one and then do a bio break. Trustee, thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Toon, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna second the motion for the health break.
Same,
Uh,
same.
all-
Okay, are you guys
Yeah,
comfortable?
after this item, yeah.
Yeah.
No, after this is fine. I just had an amendment to the motion, asking that the board consider changing the regular board meeting date of October 23rd to the 30th. It's the following Monday. I know the October month is a little bit different because of Thanksgiving being on that day. And I already have that day unavailable with another commitment. That would still allow for 2 weeks before because of the length of meeting times, and we meet so late in November. We'd still allow 2 weeks before our next committee of the whole meeting in November. So I'm asking that the board consider amending that date to October 30th for a regular board meeting in October.
Thank you, trustee Toon. Trustee Hodges, I see you lowered your hand. Are you seconding that motion that he's made there?
That was gonna be my motion, so yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Administration, I'll just ask Superintendent Seguin, does that conflict with administration at all?
I think it's okay for us. I just asked Nikki to have a quick look and see if the boardroom is available, the rooms that we normally meet in, and she said they are. So that shouldn't be a problem with the facility. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have that amendment made and we'll just vote on that amendment. So the amendment would be to move, sorry, trustee Toon is making an amendment that we move the October 23rd board meeting to October 30th, unless trustee Long would consider that a friendly amendment. He would consider that a friendly amendment, okay? Is there any further discussion around this? Trustee Yegus?
My question is in general, it's not about that, the amendment. So could I ask the question in general?
Yes, because the amendment was considered friendly, we can speak about the whole motion.
Okay. I'm talking about what was handed out, what was put on the agenda, sent out to us, not what's on the meeting agenda. But what it says after October 23rd, and maybe this is just a typo, it says organizational and regular meeting. That should go up after the September 25th, shouldn't it?
Yes, it will go for September 25th. Sorry.
Okay.
The reason I think that was put down there is because there was discussion, and I might have just written it in the notes though. If we pass the election date for September, then we would bump the organization. Well, I would request that if that passes, we would bump the organizational meeting till October so that the new trustee could be a part of that. In our policy, it says we do that on all election years when we have a full election. But I think that if we're going to have a by-election for the trustee and it's called in September, then we could bump that organizational meeting to October so that they would be there for committees and whatnot. But at this time, it should say after September, yes.
Okay, and what about the AERR and audit financial? Is that in November yet then?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you, trustee Yegus. Trustee Toon, is your hand up again or just still? Just still. Okay, thank you. So I will I'm just scrolling through you guys to see if anyone else has any other amendments or questions. Trustee Gimber.
Thanks. I'm just looking at December.
Yes.
I have a concern with there not being 2 weeks between meeting of the wholes and meetings.
Okay.
Specifically because of what our policies are with regards to submitting motions. So I would recommend moving the meeting of the whole to December 4th and the regular board meeting on December the 18th.
Okay.
You put that as
yeah. So November, our meeting on November. Okay, so the amendment is that the December meeting of the whole on the 11th be moved to the 4th. Go ahead, trustee Hodges.
So I'm just wondering then, because we have a meeting on November 27th, and then we'd have another meeting on December 4th, that's only a week for that. So I just wondered what the difference would be either from that to having the 11th and 18th. So I just wanted, yeah, so go ahead, Carla, sorry.
So the difference would be that the meeting of the whole is where we receive information, and that gives us the 2 weeks to consider and put the motions in for the December 18th meeting, whereas the November 27th is a regular board meeting with 1 week to follow for a meeting of the whole. So we wouldn't normally have motions for the December 4th one anyway.
Perfect. Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Long, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. Would you consider this a friendly amendment, Trustee Long?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Thank you. And they checked to see if the facility was available, and Nikki says it is available for the 4th as well. So thank you for that friendly amendment, Trustee Gimber. Those would both be considered friendly amendments, and the correction from Trustee Yegas. So it's looking a little different now. Trustee Gimber, is your hand up or still up? Just still up, that's okay. Okay, so these have all been friendly amendments so far. If there is nothing else, wait, I thought I saw a hand. Trustee Toon, thank you. Sorry, you guys, with the scrolling, it's a little more work. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, no, sorry. Just another amendment, because we haven't had enough amendments yet, would be to eliminate the January 8th committee of the whole meeting. Rationale behind that is the first day we are back. And that's really hard on staff, administration to come right back from holidays and jump right back into a committee of the whole meeting. We have 2 scheduled for December, and typically we have combined those in the past a lot of times. And with that short turnaround time between our December meeting, really you could have only 2 or 3 operational days before we're jumping back into a committee of the whole. So I would ask that the board, in light of that, have January 8th eliminated from the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments around that? Trustee Gimber?
What if they were just moved? Oops. Yep. What if they were just moved to the 15th and the 29th instead of the 8th and the 22nd?
Okay, so go ahead, Trustee Long. Thank you for that, Trustee Gimber. Consideration, we'll go to Trustee Long.
Yeah, I like Trustee Gimber's suggestion. I agree with Trustee Toon that we've with 2 weeks off, we haven't done anything or communicated, so that January 8th meeting might be redundant, might not be a lot. But I'd rather not cancel meetings totally. We don't get finished what we have on our agendas as it is. So I like what Trustee Gimber is suggesting.
Okay, so for right now, we're just talking about the January 8th being canceled. That's the current amendment. So would you consider that not a friendly amendment then at this time, Trustee Long?
No, I agree with that amendment.
Oh, you do agree with it?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Trustee Gimber is going to make another amendment.
Well, we don't know that for sure. She was just asking. So if he wants to cancel the January 8th, or sorry, there is a motion on the floor for the January 8th meeting to be canceled. Would you consider that friendly, or would you not consider it friendly and would want the trustees to vote on either canceling that or making a different decision?
I consider it friendly.
You would consider it friendly. Okay. So with that in mind, we have now, it's a canceled meeting. Is there any other changes or recommendations? I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Not amendments. Is there any other amendments? Trustee Gimber.
Trustee Toon has his hand up.
Okay, Trustee Toon, thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, not to try and overcomplicate it, but possibly of scheduling a committee of the whole in the morning on the 22nd. That way we're still getting meeting time if there's holdovers or anything else, but being cognizant of budget and time, that typically January is a slower time, and it typically would just be anything on the housekeeping list. So I think scheduling 2 days on that time is a bit much. Traditionally, we've kind of cut at least one or two of those meetings out anyways, but if and that way we'd have it in the calendar if needed, and if not, we could still cut it off.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Toon is making an amendment to have both the meeting of the whole and the regular meeting on January 22nd. So that would just put both of them on the 22nd. Trustee Toon Long, would you consider that a friendly amendment?
No.
Okay, so we are discussing having a meeting of the whole and a board meeting on January 2nd together, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, if it's necessary to have both. Is there any further comments on this before we vote on this, having them both together on January 22nd? I'm just scrolling for a second here. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Trustee Long's hand was up before mine.
Thank you, guys. I honestly appreciate your help. So we'll go Trustee Long and then Trustee Gimber. Trustee Long, you're currently muted.
Can you hear me now? I would make the amendment that we have our meetings on January 15th.
Point of order. We
Instead
are
of January 8th.
Point of order. We are only talking about Trustee Toon's current amendment to have them on January 22nd in the morning and afternoon. So we're only discussing that amendment. Is there anyone who would like to discuss that more in detail? Carla was next, so we'll go to her.
Thank you. I believe that we are not getting through the amount of work that we have on our agendas, and therefore it is imperative to keep the number of meetings that we have there. So I would not support combining the two on January 22nd.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. We'll go to Trustee Hodge.
Thank you. I'm just gonna, I guess, echo what Trustee Gimber just said. We've just looking back on our last year of meetings, we have needed every single meeting that we have attended, and sometimes have needed extra. I would rather have extra on the books and then decide at a later date if we didn't need them. So I am also opposed.
Okay. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this amendment? Okay, seeing none, we're voting on the amendment. If you are in favor of the amendment, then we will have both meetings of the whole and the board meeting on January 22nd. If you are opposed to it, then we will go back to just a board meeting on the 22nd and no meeting of the whole for that month. All in favor? You're only voting on the amendment though. So all in favor, or sorry, any opposed? Trustee Hodges, Trustee Gimber, Trustee Yegus, and Trustee Poitras. I can't see Trustee Long. Okay, so that is defeated. So we're going back to just the motion as it sits now. Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment to move the, oh my gosh, the January, to make the January 15th, a meeting of the whole, and the the regular board meeting January 29th, so that there's 2 weeks in between the two, and that we maintain an organizational meeting and a regular board meeting in each month of the school year.
Thank you. Meeting of the whole, not organizational, right? Welcome to my club, saying things are wrong all the time.
Yes,
Both of those dates they're available. Just so everyone knows, the 29th and the 15th. Is there more discussion around the amendment to the January dates, making them January 15th, 2024 for the meeting of the whole and January 29th for the board meeting? Just scrolling here for a second.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, so I was just seeing if there was any conversation around that. Would you consider that a friendly amendment, Trustee Long?
I do.
Okay. So there's no need to vote on that as it is friendly. Okay. Just let Nikki get that in there, and I'm looking for any other discussion around this item. Okay. As I'm seeing none, the recommendation would be that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed meeting dates for the 2023-2024 regular board and meeting of the whole meetings as amended. This was moved by Trustee Long. Nikki, could you just scroll up so we can see the, yeah, there we go, right there. I'll give everyone a second. Are there any opposed? Trustee Toon, I can't see you, so if you are opposed, please lift your pretend hand. Okay.
No, not opposed. Sorry, my
Yeah.
feed
No,
was
that's
just cutting out.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. I'm seeing none, and so that is carried. Okay. Perfect. So we will move on to E2, Board Policy 17. Trustee Yegus at the Policy Committee Chair will review the proposed changes to Board Policy 17.
Point of order.
Oh, sorry. We're going to take a bio break.
Point of order.
Thank you, Trustee Long. You guys, I'm just go. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll take a 10-minute bio break back at 11:35. Thank you for the reminder. I'm terribly sorry. We'll see you all in 10 minutes.
Nikki, would you mind scrolling up to that calendar again so I can just take a quick picture? Thank you.
Carla. Look what Miles got. He's so cute. Little Donald. So cute. Okay. They've been dying to, him and Nate are here, and they've been dying to get to the Lego store. So that's what I got for him to do here. But this is the one he's been saving up for months and months for. Oh, it's fuzzy. Why? I can't. It's because of my stupid. Anyways, I guess I can't show you, but it's the A-frame cabin. It's so cute. Okay, never mind. You don't get to see it.
Are you gonna help him put it together?
I beg your pardon?
Are you going to help him put it together?
Lego is not my strong suit. I'm really good at celebrating when it's done and seeing the features and everything. But no, their grandma Poitras is excellent at Lego, and their dad, Miles, are you going to build that Lego with your dad, or is it all on your own?
I'm not sure.
He'll probably do it by himself, but maybe with his dad. And then I'll celebrate at the end. Let's see what we got here from Savvy. How do I get all my buns the same size? You can weigh them. Lots of professionals weigh them. I do not. I cut them and feel them in my hand so that they're all about the same size. And then like my big one, I pull, and then I don't pinch them. I do the rolling. Have you ever seen anyone roll them on the counter? Yeah. So I do the pressure rolling and you get pretty close. So the best way is to weigh them at first. And then once you get used to kind of like the feel, then yeah. And I do mine. I have the baker sheet and it fits exactly 4 dozen buns on it. So it's, 12 by 8. And that's like the way that I find that they bake best and fit best. And then they kind of all fit to like that exact baker's dozen in a bag size, not baker's dozen, an actual dozen.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate
You
that.
bet. Yeah. Lots of people weigh them. Okay. So I don't know if everyone is back yet. If you are back, if you could unmute your camera. Is that a real thing? Okay, unmute your camera. Frank and Savvy, you don't have to unmute your camera, and neither does Nikki. Okay, so we have everyone here. So we are going to go on to policy, our item E2. Now that we've had our bio break, thanks everyone for reminding me. Trustee Yegas, the policy committee chair will review the proposed changes to board policy 17, the school community amendment or attendance areas. And the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed changes to Board Policy 17, school community attendance areas as presented or amended, being moved by Trustee Yegas. I will turn it to her.
Thank you. The changes on here are on the second page. If you want to just scroll down. Yeah, there we go. What we're proposing to do is to take out number 5, which doesn't really apply to us, apply anymore, seeing we don't have outreach programs. So we will remove number 5 entirely, and then will become, number 6 will become number 5. And then the other one was just housekeeping, change, travel. Correct spelling for it. So that was the primary changes for that one. And
thank you, Trustee. Does anyone have any questions about this? I'm not seeing any. If you have one, please unmute and let me know. I'm just not seeing any hands. Okay, then we will call the question. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed changes to board policy 17, school community attendance areas as presented or amended by trustee Yegas. Are there any opposed? Seeing none. Hearing none, that is carried. So we will move on to action item E3, virtual summer board meetings. Last year, the Board of Trustees met virtually during July and August. The board chair will discuss the possibility of scheduling 2 virtual meetings this July and August. So I will recuse myself as chair, I guess, since I'm making this. So could we have, is there any trustees that would feel comfortable chairing? Trustee Long, would you feel comfortable chairing this? Sorry, did you say no?
Yes, yes.
You would? Okay, so I'll let you take over as chairing this.
So last year, the Board of Trustees met virtually during July and August. The board chair will discuss the possibility of scheduling 2 virtual meetings this July and August. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees schedule a virtual meeting on July, date to be chosen now, 2023, and August, the date will be chosen now, 2023. The reason for this is because we need to make sure we keep in contact during those months. Anything important that might have come up. So, Trustee Poitras.
Thank you. Thanks, Trustee Long. So I'm the one moving this. I think it's, yeah, like Trustee Long said, it's important that we check in throughout the summer in case anything does come up. I didn't put in specific dates. I thought we could go over it together here. My initial thought was July 19th for a Wednesday morning, and then again August 16th. Are those both the third? Yeah, so the third Wednesday, August 16th. That way it's in the middle of the week, less likely that people will be on the road, in my mind, in the middle of the week. And it would just be a 1-hour virtual meeting at noon. So that would be my recommendation. And for those reasons, thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Long, you are now sharing it, so you can call on people.
Yeah, so before I call anybody else, for clarification, should the time not be in there in the recommendation, the 12 noon time?
Sure, I would consider that
Is
a
that a
friendly.
friendly amendment?
Yeah, I would consider that friendly to meet virtually on July 19th, 2023 at noon and August 16th, 2023 at noon. Because I mentioned them, I don't know that you need it to be an amendment, Nikki, because I did mention noon in my, so I think that would be fine to just July 19th, 2023 at noon. And yeah, thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for clarification? Trustee Toon?
Thank you. I believe the intent of this is more committee of the whole type. So can we specify that in the motion? That way, if it needs to be a special meeting, it will be communicated out that way, just so the public knows that this isn't a public board meeting in the middle of summer. That they might not get a chance to attend, or if they try to.
Friendly amendment, Trustee Poitras, good, right, friendly amendment. Any other questions for clarification? Trustee Hodges? You muted.
Not a clarification, I just, I work during the day, so I just need to make sure that I'm able to book off from work at these times. And so I just, in consideration of the dates that I just need to make sure I can book them off, so.
All right, now that we've already started discussion, is there any other
Trustee
discussion?
Long, oh, yeah, we are muted. You're not muted, we are, sorry.
I'm not muted. Is there any discussion about the recommendation, the motion? Go ahead, trustee Gimber.
Would you consider 11 o'clock instead of noon? I find noon is right smack dab in the middle of my day. It's a little bit too late.
That's a friendly amendment. It looks like that's a yes, so we'll put in 11 o'clock. Any other discussion? And I'll call the question. Oh, sorry, trustee Toon.
Sorry, just can we include the 1 hour meeting just so everyone's well aware for scheduling that that's the intent of it. And if that needs to change, then we can have that discussion. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I see your thumbs up. And trustee Gimber.
Just wondering if there's any desire to go earlier than that from the rest of the trustees.
That's retirees summertime sleep in. No, trustee Gimber, I'm not serious. Would you like to amend that to earlier?
Trustee Hodges' hand is up.
Yeah, can we hear what trustee
Yeah,
Hodges
I'm
said?
still trustee Gimber.
Yeah, do I have to put a time on there? Okay, so
Yes, you would have to.
amend it to 9 o'clock like our normal meetings.
Would you consider that a friendly amendment, trustee Poitras? 9 o'clock. Trustee Hodges.
I appreciate that. I was gonna ask if we could, just because 11 o'clock is in the middle of my day. And so a 9 o'clock for me to start is better, and then I can continue to work after that. So thank you.
Any further discussion? I call the question. Anybody opposed? Carried. I relinquish my position.
Your whole position or just the power to chair right now? You didn't let me close. Just kidding. Okay. Thank you. We're going to move to E4, discussion about the by-election. This is being brought forward by me, the chair. And so I will recuse myself as chair. Trustee Long as vice chair, did you want to chair this or be a part of the conversation?
I'll chair it.
Okay, I will turn it over to you then.
Nikki, can you scroll for me? Oh, I'll wait till you're done, Nikki. Okay. So E4, by-election update. The Livingstone Range Board of Trustees has been functioning as a board of 6, with only 2 trustees on Ward 1. The workload in Ward 1 requires 3 trustees. As it is not feasible to hold our by-election in conjunction with the municipal election, the Board of Trustees will discuss calling an upcoming election. The recommendation by Trustee Poitras is that the Board of Trustees move to call the by-election for a Ward 1 trustee with the nomination date of September 6th, 2023, with an election date of October 4th, 2023, naming Mr. Jeff Perry as returning officer and renaming the substitute returning or naming the substitute returning officer as to be filled in later. Trustee Poitras, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I would like to speak to this. Thank you very much. So we've had some discussion around the by-election. We know how imperative it is to have all 7 trustee spots filled. This is something that, especially in Ward 3 or in Ward 1, we used to only have 2 trustees and moved to 3 trustees because the workload is heavy as they cover 6 schools. And there is a lot happening in this ward right now with the Nanton announcement around planning dollars for the new schools out there, and with Granham and looking at a solution for the Granham school to increase enrollment. So I think it's important, as I believe all trustees do, to get another trustee elected as soon as possible. Of course, we want to make sure that we have ample time for the nominations to come through. I think that if we had an election in the summer, it would be hard to have everyone around. And in September, there's a lot of people who are coming back, kids are back in school and getting back into the flow of things. So that gives the month of September can still be open and have people aware of the nomination that's happening. And then at the very beginning of October, we can have our election, and that allows for us to not have to push back the organizational meeting too far. If this did go through, I think it would be imperative to bump back our organizational meeting till October. We received information at our meeting of the whole that it would not be feasible to hold our election with the the provincial election because of the confusion around different voting protocols. So for these reasons, I think that it would be great to open up our nominations and have a long time for nominations to be happening, and to have our new trustees start in October of next year. So I'll put it out there and answer any questions I can about the dates I proposed. And Mr. Jeff Perry can also speak a little bit to it. Some of the process and timelines if needs be. So thank you, Trustee Long.
Mr. Perry, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. I think actually Trustee Poitras summarized, she had asked me questions with regards to process in the past, and I think she summarized that really well in her remarks. The only thing that I would add to this is the reason why there was a no name for substitute returning officer is because we are in the process of identifying who that could be. And so I do have a name that if Trustee Poitras is willing to put that name in there, I would provide that to you.
Yes, sorry, I meant to ask you for that name. I didn't have it in time to put it on the agenda. So if you have that name now, then if you would go ahead and put it in there, Nikki.
So the substitute returning officer would be Cecily Fleming, who is an individual that would be helpful throughout the process of the election, who has supported other municipalities in the elections, and so has significant experience in that area. So other than that, I think Trustee Poitras summarized anything that I would say really well. So unless there's questions that I might be able to answer, then I'll leave it at that.
Are there any questions for either Trustee Poitras or Mr. Perry? Seeing none, I'll ask if there's any discussion at this point. Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Chair. I would propose an amendment. At the end of the statement, I would propose adding and partner with the towns of Nanton or Claresholm if they require a by-election. As we know, there's two candidates running in the upcoming provincial election, and there's a strong possibility that they or one of the other candidates are successful. And this would allow administration to go forward if there was a need for a by-election in one of those communities, and working with partnering with those communities to possibly hold this at the same date without requiring coming back to the board to get another approval on another motion, which could hinder the timelines of those communities setting their by-election dates. So I think this would help increase voter turnout in those areas, and also help be efficient as we were trying to be earlier in holding this, trying to hold this in conjunction with the provincial election.
Trustee Poitras, would you consider that a friendly amendment? Pardon me?
Can you, sorry, I just need to see the wording on it. And partner with the town of Claresholm or Nanton if required. Okay, so I would not consider that a friendly amendment. If it said and partner with the town of Claresholm or Nanton if if they request it. I do have a little bit of concern with, there's just a lot going on in Nanton and Grantham right now. And I agree that partnering with them would increase voter turnout. And so I think that if we set our dates and they want to partner with us, then we could consider that. But it will increase voter turnout in those areas, which could be seen as negative for Nanton, or Stavely, as, they're like, well, we're not going to have nearly as many voters come and turn out because we don't have these other elections going on for mayor or councilors or MD representative. And so that might be seen as a negative thing. So I wouldn't say that we partner with the town of Claresholm or Nanton if required. I would say if they reach out to us, then, and I still think maybe we should discuss that. But so for me personally, I think I would not consider that a friendly amendment just because I would like to hear the conversation around it. So I'm going to say no on the friendly amendment.
Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Yeah, the wording wasn't if they require it, if they require a by-election. And I still stand that this is a positive and not a negative, increasing voter turnout and interest in voting for trustees and getting involved with our municipal elections, I think is a positive thing. Plus the cost savings that this would provide you. If there was a site that was, you would share the hall rental, you'd share, it'd have your costs. And we always partner in our elections with our municipalities. So this doesn't go out of scope. This isn't playing favorites. It just so happens that there could be a by-election in those areas. And I think it's fiscally responsible for us to do this without requiring coming to another date. This doesn't mean that they have to hold their municipal elections on that. I'm not comfortable with saying if we're only going to do it if they request it, then we're putting the ball in their court for them to come request and then us to create more bureaucracy and coming back and approving that. If we believe it's a good thing, which I feel it's a good thing and a positive thing for our communities to be fiscally responsible and share with our communities whenever we can, that we just agreed to do it. We agreed to do it in a provincial election. I don't see why we wouldn't agree to do it in a by-election.
Trustee Poitras, before you speak, would you accept that now as a friendly amendment with the addition of the words, if required, a by-election?
No.
No. Then would you like to speak to this
Yes,
amendment?
I just wanted to say for clarity, we do not always partner. We do when it's a provincial election, when it's all happening together. But with by-elections, we don't always do this. This isn't something we always do. And I think that we would all agree, especially the Ward 1, from what I'm hearing as a trustee from the Ward 1 trustees, that there's a lot going on in Ward 1 right now, and that we need to make sure that we are treating everyone equally and giving everyone those equal opportunities. I agree, like increased voter turnout is excellent, but when there's a provincial election, every single community is going to be having trustee elections and councillor elections. Then also the MDs will have their things, but this is different. This means that we would be partnering with potentially 1 or 2 communities out of the 4 communities, which, just given the climate in Ward 1 right now, I think could cause some tension.
Right, we're speaking only to the amendment by Trustee Toon. Is there any other discussion or questions? Then I call the question. We're voting on.
My hand was up, sorry, trustee.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Oh, you muted us. Okay, thank you. I just had a question, because we have the proposed date of October 4th. If we partnered with the towns of Claresholm or Nanton, we don't have an actual date then to when we would actually be potentially sharing the polls together. So I just worried that that will push that too far back now, and then we're still waiting on adding another trustee to Ward 1. So I just wondered if there was a date that anybody knew about when that other potential date could be. I don't know if Trustee Toon has the answer to that since he made the motion or not.
Trustee Toon first and then Trustee Poitras.
This doesn't change us setting a date for the election because it has election dates in the motion. So this is sets the dates out. It doesn't preclude us from having those dates set. At the end of March, May is when we'll find out about the provincial side election, and they could choose to join us on this election date or not. It's sending them an invitation to partner with us.
Trustee Poitras.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, basically what Brad said for clarity, if this motion passes, this is now non-negotiable. Like, we have called the election date, like that is it. And so if they picked a different date, we couldn't change ours because our election would have been called. It does allow them to reach out to us and say, could we partner with you? And if this amendment goes through, then as Trustee Toon is saying, it doesn't slow it up. So if Claire's Home reached out, and said, hey, do you guys want to partner? Then our administration doesn't have to come back and say, hey, trustees, do you want to partner? This amendment would give the administration permission to say, yep, we would like to partner. And that's if they reach out, or I guess we could reach out to them too and say, hey, looks like you might be having a by-election also. We have set ours for September 6th if you're interested in working together. That's kind of what this amendment changes there.
Trustee Yegas.
I just was wondering with the answer that Trustee Lacey gave, saying she's giving, then is she for this amendment as a friendly amendment now? Because that's what it sounded like.
No, she is not for this as a friendly amendment. Trustee Gimber.
Okay, first of all, Nikki, if you could just fix the end of what Trustee Toon said there, it should be if they require a by-election, as per what Trustee Toon put in the chat.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber.
If they require a by-election, take a D off the required. And then the way that Trustee Toon just summed it up, I'm not going to even try and repeat his exact words, but I really like the idea of being able to share in the cost. And if you have two elections, ours being one, and then them having a by-election close by, somebody's going to lose out on people just due to voter fatigue. So in my opinion, if you can put them together, all the better.
Yes, Trustee Poitras.
Yeah, I really have to lean into what our Ward 1 trustees are saying. My biggest concern was the climate, and if both of them feel like this would be favorable, and then I would consider it a friendly amendment then. Mostly I just want to make sure that we are keeping the waters as calm as possible, because we want to work in partnership with these communities. So if they both feel that it would not have a negative impact, then I will consider it a friendly amendment. Can both of you just give me a thumbs up that you don't feel this would be negatively impacting? Okay, then I would consider it a friendly amendment at that point.
Anyone want to comment about that? Okay, then it is considered a friendly amendment. I'm sorry, Trustee Yegas.
Yeah, please give us time to respond. I would think, I think this is two motions on that, and because if it is part of it, then it has to be, then we have to do it. I would still like to vote on that part of whether they have ask Claire's Home and Nanton if they to join us.
Well, you mean you want to have Trustee Poitras put her amendment back up as well? We have to vote on the first amendment. And Trustee Poitras has made it a friendly amendment.
No, we have to vote on right now we vote on the whole thing because she made everything a friendly amendment.
Yeah,
Well-
so trustee Long, what she's saying is she feels that now that the friendly amendment is there, she's saying now the whole motion feels like it needs to be 2 motions. And I would maybe agree with that. For me, I would say, I would maybe make an amendment that says, and partner with the towns of Claresholm or Nanton if they require a by-election. Yeah, I don't know. This makes it say that we will partner with them if they require a by-election, and I don't believe we have to partner with them. I would want it to say, and if the town of Claresholm or Nanton require a by-election and would like to partner with us, then we would do that. So that we're not reaching out, so if they say we don't want to partner, well, our motion says we have to, right? So I would just make that amendment to say that, Nikki, are you trying to get this? I'll say it as best I can. So at the end, it would say, the Board of Trustees would also like to partner with any Ward 1 towns that require a by-election if they are interested.
If they are interested in a by-election.
No, if they are interested in partnering. The Board of Trustees would like to partner with any Ward 1 towns requiring a by-election if they are interested.
Okay, trustee Toon, do you?
No, this is completely different. This has nothing to do. We already made his.
This is not an amendment.
This is an amendment, a new amendment, a brand new amendment to my own motion. Because his was already considered.
This is not a friendly amendment to trustee Toon.
No, his was already voted as friendly.
All right, trustee Toon, go ahead.
No, I said the first one.
Trustee Toon?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I disagree with if they are interested. Just because we approve something doesn't mean it's going to happen. So I would accept the wording if it said the Board of Trustees would like to partner with any wards in town. Would the Board of Trustees approve partnering with any Ward 1 towns requiring a by-election? We approve it. It doesn't mean that it's going to necessarily happen. It just means administration doesn't need to come back and ask us if we are okay with it. It doesn't bind us that we have to do this and to have a by-election. How can we bind another group that we have no control over? So I just want to make this as simple as possible and clarify what our intent on this. I don't want to make it that they have to come back and ask, or that we need to make this arduous on anyone. I would just appreciate the wording of this new proposal being simplified to say that the Board of Trustees approve partnering with any Ward 1 towns requiring a by-election, period.
Trustee Gimber, I'm going to let trustee Poitras respond to that first. She's giving the thumbs up to that.
I would consider that friendly. That's excellent wording. The Board of Trustees approve partnering with any Ward 1 towns requiring a by-election. I think that would be perfect. Perfect last sentence to add here.
Trustee Gimber?
Approve. Yeah.
I was just going to make it simpler and just at the beginning say, and with the option to partner. So just put with the option to. And then you wouldn't need any of that stuff at the end. But I do like the wording of this last one, so whatever.
Do you need me to say it again, Nikki?
Yes, please.
The Board of Trustees approves partnering with any Ward 1 towns requiring a by-election, period. And that sentence will just be added after Fleming, period, and then the Board of Trustees approve partnering with any Ward 1 towns requiring a by-election, period.
Trustee Toon, do you still have your hand up? Okay. Trustee Poitras, will you read the recommendation to us again?
The recommendation that the Board of Trustees move to call the by-election for Ward 1 trustee with the nomination date of September 6th, 2023, and an election date of October 4th, 2023, naming Jeff Perry as the returning officer and naming the substitute returning officer as Cecil Fleming. The Board of Trustees approves partnering with any Ward 1 towns requiring a by-election.
Are there any questions for clarification? Is there any further discussion? Then I call the question. All those opposed?
Not opposed, Chair, just would ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote, please. Ms. Whitten? All those opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. I relinquish my power.
Just feels safer once you relinquish it. Okay, thank you so much for that discussion, and thank you, Trustee Long, for chairing, and thank you, Nikki, for always being amazing with all of the things we do here. So we're going to move on to E5 now. This is an emergent item that came forward from Trustee Gimber. So professional development hours need to be paid and calculated separately from trustee honorarium. The following is a real world example why the current method does not work. A trustee has a zone meeting and a school council meeting for a total of 4.75 hours. The trustee has professional development for 3 hours. The total was 7.75 hours. The pay was $290, which is our 4 to 8 hour rate. The trustee did not claim the professional development of 3 hours because it would be disadvantageous. It wouldn't increase their pay, and it wouldn't decrease the professional development allotment. The pay would be $290 regardless of if the trustee put in 4.75 or 7.75. The result is in a trustee attending professional development that should be reflected somewhere. The current practice is not good for transparency, and there is no incentive for trustees to take professional development. Professional development hours need to be paid and calculated separately from trustee honorarium. The language in the policy does not include professional development, and this needs to be amended. The first recommendation made by Trustee Gimber is, the only one is the policy that the board directs policy committee to add a section for professional development to policy 8.6. It will specify that professional development is paid per diem as per the rates in Appendix C, and expenses at the policy 8.6 rate. They will be calculated, paid, and recorded separate from regular trustee honorarium. This is effective immediately. Trustee Gimber, would you like to speak to that?
I'm already unmuted. Good. Yes, so this came to light mostly because of the extensive professional development that has been occurring with the governance course through ASBA and the U of C, and how it was noticed, especially on the days when there is a Zone 6 meeting, that there's an overlap here that is never been really addressed, and there's never been a policy that's actually put in place. It's been left up to interpretation by administration, and I think that we just need something that's in black and white, as I've always preached that we need stuff to be in black and white. They're two different pots. Professional development funds is a completely separate pot than the trustee honorarium and per diem, and we've been mixing them together for too long. They need to be separate. And the fact that trustees are not claiming them, I don't think is good either, because I think it's important for the public to be able to see what professional development their trustees are taking. And when trustees are taking it, and especially if they're billing for it, like if the course has been paid for, but it's not showing anywhere that the trustees actually attending it because they're not getting the per diem for it, then we need transparency. So that's why this came about. The only thing I would take off right now is this is effective immediately, because I wanted the 3 to kind of follow one after the other. So that's it. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. So we'll open it up to some question and conversation around this piece. Nikki, if you, do you guys need this up on the screen? Or it's just harder for me to see? Oh, Trustee Hodges, you have your hand up. Okay, so we'll go to Trustee Hodges first.
Thank you. I kind of have 2 questions. One being that in our expense claim forms, when we attend PD, we do have a separate box that we enter in our PD and say what it is, and then charge for time. And would this not be a trustee making more money then? Because you're claiming your honorarium in the top box where we list everything there, and then you have your PD separate in the other box. So the potential to make more money is in there too. So I think that could affect our budget. And so there's kind of 2 clarifying questions there, because I feel like we already laid out on our expense forms when we're taking PD.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
So you wouldn't be making more, because the PD amount is already allocated. Whether you're taking it right away as course money, like to reimburse the fees, or whether you're taking it as per diem, you still have a set amount for the year. So you're not making more over the course of the year. It's just the same. It's just being recorded separately, and theoretically, I don't know, the trustee could be making less in certain situations. Is that the one? I think so. Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Well, just for clarity, I'll identify how it's being administered at this point. So when a trustee puts that they have a meeting that is not of PD, they typically put it at the top of their claim form, and the PD that they claim is down below. And so what has been occurring at this point, if I know the hours, it's being prorated between the 2 areas. So the 290 that would be claimed for up to 8 hours is being allocated partly to, and in both areas, it's reduced in both areas to accommodate that, right? So both areas are being prorated based on the hours that they spent of that up to 8 hours, and it's being allocated to where they spent the time. So that's how it's being recorded now. The challenge is, I mean, if you have a PD for 3 hours and you have a regular meeting for 3 hours, that's also over or up to 8 hours. But if you record them separately, you're going to put up to 4 hours and up to 4 hours in different locations, right? Because they're 3 and 3. That does go above the 290. So it ends up being 134 up to 4 hours, 134 up to 4 hours, which is 268. So in not all cases, as portrayed in the example, does it work out that way? So as administration, as I indicated, administration is prorating based on the hours that they spend in those areas as to where the claim goes based on the total claim. So that's just clarification as to what's occurring. And then not all cases will it work out as easily as what the example has been provided.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Thank you. I think the big benefit to this is it doesn't require administration to go in and prorate and check and verify and find out meeting times. You have a top of the box, you have a bottom of the box, they get inputted into those and we move forward. So I think it's makes it simplistic and makes it transparent that this is what's being attended and this is the times that are attended. I think we all want this to be as easy as possible, and the dollar amount difference for the few times it might be over, I don't think is justification for not doing this and making it so administration has to go in and check the times of the meetings and and change and prorate things that are on the timesheets.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Go ahead, Trustee Long.
Mr. Perry, is administration having issues at this point?
Administration is not having issues. I don't think that's what's being brought forward with this motion. I was just providing clarification as to how it's being administered at this point. If you work a day and the total comes to up to 6 hours, then or 6 hours, then it's up to 8 hours versus having a up to 4 and up to 4, which would pay more. And I think Mr. Toon spoke to his position on that, but I was just providing clarification. It's not an administrative burden at this point.
Thank you. Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I guess just a clarity thing too. I know we're writing them on our timesheets, but how do we be transparent in the PD work that we're doing? Like what are the checks and balances to make sure that you're attending what you say you're attending? You know, it's fine to write them in, and we're already writing them in separate spaces. But where's that going to be the check and balance to show that I attended a zone meeting, I attended a PD meeting. Well, what was the PD meeting, and show me how that's going to be recorded, because anybody can put anything in there. So there has to be some checks and balances if this is something that's going to be coming out of the PD. I guess I'm not sure. I need some clarity around that, I guess.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Okay, so first of all, with regards to clarity on the checks and balances. So primarily, before you can even take PD, you need to get approval from the board. So that is how you would know that it's supposed to be there if somebody was looking. And then I've always been in favor of reporting back to the board the things that you learn at the PD that you do. It's not something that we have in practice right now, but I would love to have, you know, if somebody goes off and does something on the, I don't know, the painted turtles in the Crow's Nest Pass and how it affects the outdoor ed program. They should be reporting back on what they learn. Similarly with this governance course, the things that we learn, we should be bringing back and we should be implementing. That's the whole point of the professional development. And with regards to whether it's a burden or brought forward by administration, it has not been, like Mr. Perry has mentioned. However, pretty much every month that I have had professional development with that governance course, he has approached me to ask questions about it. I make asterisks sometimes. We change it. And I know there's other trustees that are approached as well. So it may not be a burden, but it is time consuming for him to respond back to us or ask us about the differences.
We'll go to Trustee Yegas. Thank you, Trustee Gimber.
Well, first of all, in terms of whether we go to PD or not, like Trustee Gimber said, we have to get approval for something that is not ASBA related. And secondly, I really hope that anybody who's going to a PD session, you know, is honest about what they're doing with their hours and everything else. I don't think that anybody should be, that we shouldn't really be questioning them, because I just hope everybody is putting it down the way they want. My one confusion is you keep talking about the governance course. I know that it was the thing was paid for, but is anybody claiming for the hours spent there? Because I'm sure not.
So, I'll just speak to that, Trustee Yegas. We'll come to you in just a minute, Trustee Hodges. And with this whole thing, I guess I'll just weigh in a bit here too, even though we're not quite to the end. I agree that we need to be responsible for our trustees using their PD dollars. The one problem I have is that we're talking about accountability, and we're paying for people's PD, and then if we're not paying for their hours showing that they're going there, how do we know they're actually doing it? And then talking about having those reflected in the right place. So the reward for doing PD is, for me anyways, is I do PD because of the areas I need specific help in as a trustee, whether I'm learning more about governance, FNMI, I don't know, out land-based learning, place-based learning. And so we have the ability as trustees to use our PD dollars as best fit our own personal needs. Now, I am at a conference now and I'm sharing a room with Lori, and we will travel up together sometimes to make our PD dollars stretch farther. When we are doing the governance course, it's there's a tuition involved, but then I personally choose not to put forward for my time at those courses, those 3-hour classes at night, to conserve my PD dollars so that I can do other PD. If I have a meeting at home or that I can attend virtually, that's from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock, I technically could claim dinner. I could order pizza for my family because I'm busy, or whatever, or for myself. I mean, not for my family, but I'm ordering pizza for myself or whatever. You can spend up to $25 on your meal, but I don't claim that. I'm not claiming those things. That doesn't mean that I'm not doing them. And if you look at my timesheet and see Lacey hasn't charged for any of her 3-hour governance courses, that doesn't mean that's not transparency and showing that I'm not going. I can still put those on my timesheet and not charge for the hours on them. So we have the ability to do things to stretch our PD dollars if we prefer. If we don't want to volunteer that time during that course or that class, then we can also put that in. It just means that our PD dollars will not go as far. And so that's where I kind of have an issue with this, because if you had, say you had over 8 hours of meetings, you had a board meeting and it was over 8 hours. And so you're getting the maximum pay for the day, but then you also have a course that night, you're getting the over 8-hour pay, and then you're getting another up to 4 hours of pay, which means you could be getting paid, I don't know, like close to $600 for that day, where like our maximum rate of pay in one day is that over 8-hour amount, which I can't think of right now, but Jeff, I'm sure, has it. So Trustee Yegas, some people do charge for those 3-hour courses that they're attending as part of their PD, and others choose not to. That's how it sits right now. So that's just, those are kind of my thoughts around what we're talking about here. I do think that they are coming from the different pools of money, but I don't necessarily know that it needs to be separated in a number of hours worked in the day, because we have agreed that we will not be paid more than the over 8-hour rate of pay for a 24-hour period as trustees. So that's my thoughts. I know we're not quite to the end of the discussion, but I did want to weigh in, and it kind of responded to Trustee Yegas. Trustee Hodges had her hand up. Trustee Yegas, do you still have your hand up? Okay, so is it in response to the same conversation right here? Okay, we'll go back to Trustee Yegas and then we'll come to you, Trustee Hodges.
I guess I just want to respond that I didn't realize that we could charge for those hours, because I was under the impression we couldn't. So that's one of the reasons I've never charged for it. Even though I do have the money available in my PD.
Yes.
That I could use.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hodges, or Trustee Yegas, and you still could put in for those hours. So, okay, we'll go to Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I guess that's part of my concern around all of this, is that the PD dollars are set out for everybody to use at their discretion. They are for you to be able to pick and choose what you want to do with the money that you're allocated. And it comes back to those checks and balances again. Some people are claiming, some people aren't. And so how are you going to make sure then that those that don't want to claim it, they're saving their PD dollars for something else? Those that are claiming, you know, it's hard to say, you can't say to a trustee, like, you can't use it for this, you can use it for this when it comes to our PD dollars. And I disagree with paying more than what our 8 hours is. Like when we set out our budget, when the audit committee looked at it and brought the recommendations forward, these were what was set out. We get paid an honorarium monthly that should cover above and beyond anything, some of the other stuff that we do at home. And so I disagree with setting them out separately to be paid differently.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hodges. Sorry, just one sec. We'll go to Trustee Long next, but Trustee Yeagas, is your hand up again? No? Okay, so we'll go to Trustee Long.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Hodges, and I do not agree with the idea of going over the 8 hours.
Sorry, and just for clarity, you both mean the above 8 hour maximum rate of pay that we have for the day. Is that what you're both referring to? The above 8 hour meeting rate? Okay. Trustee Toon, we haven't heard from you. Can we hear from you?
Yeah, I support the motion. I think that this is about simplifying the system. It isn't about trying to make more. And the rare occasion that there will be an over 8 hour pay, there's nothing in our policy that says no one will ever be paid over 8 hours. An example I'd give is you go to zone, and if you're paid by zone and then you go to 8 hours of meetings from our board, does that mean you shouldn't collect a zone? Because you're technically saying that if our board paid you for that meeting, you're not going to get paid for the other portion of it. So I think we're overthinking this for the rare occasions that this is going to be an issue or perception of an issue, that there are checks and balances in this system that we need to have integrity and trust in. And talking about reporting back to each other on PD, I think is a great idea, and I fully support that. I think that the challenge is we're talking about this motion without the other ones that were intended to be kind of sequential and discussions here. And I know the board didn't feel that they were emergent, but they all kind of are a continuation of a discussion. I think that it shouldn't be up to administration to come and shoulder tap or contact or phone call or text individual trustees in between meetings and discuss the prorating of their timesheets based on the fit. We have a sheet, and it's simple. Put it in the top box, put it in the bottom box, and reflect that. They're two separate budget items. It doesn't mean that a trustee is still going to use their maximum PD dollars. They just might do it faster than they traditionally would. So I don't think that we're spending any more money. We're all being conscious and doing what we feel is best in helping what this our board is hugely supportive in the professional development area, and I don't want that to not continue. And I think we all do a great job and attend some amazing things.
Thanks, Trustee Toon. We'll go to Trustee Gimber.
I think it's unfortunate that everybody has kind of grabbed onto the dollar piece of this, because it doesn't have to do with the trustee making more money or less money. It's really with regards to transparency and having different buckets in the budget for different things. And with regards to being able to, if you attend something and you don't want to pay to charge for it, we already have the practice in place where you can put it on a line and you just pick the M instead of the P for per diem. So, if you go to an assembly, you stick it in there. It's the same thing with PD. If you don't want to charge, you have the option of doing that, and you still have the accountability available for anybody to look at and see that you're going to the PD and you're doing the PD that you're paid for. If the course fees are paid, you should be reflecting it somewhere that you've attended it, whether you're billing for it or not. This doesn't occur very often with regards to the dollar value. I mean, the only reason it's even come up or been noticed is because there's been the 3-hour big chunk of PD on the same day as ASBA's Zone 6 meetings. So that's the only reason the dollar value has come up. Let's see what other notes did I make. And furthermore, actually the big one here is there is no policy in place for PD dollars, how they are recorded, period, black and white. There's nothing in there. There's definitely, you know, very in-depth audit committee did a fabulous job of putting in there now what needs to be for per diem and honorarium, but nowhere does it actually specify how PD dollars are to be charged. So if this is not voted for, I would love to hear somebody put an amendment forward to make a change to it so that we can reflect this PD somewhere or change the policy.
You're muted, Lacey.
But I was saying so many good things. Thanks, Jeff. We're going to take a pause here. I'm just going to take a pause here and have Nikki bring it back up. Just keeping in mind the things that we've talked about, you know, focusing on the dollar piece, focusing on not focusing on the dollar piece, where, like, what the intent is behind this. So I'll just read it again because we don't have it in because it was emergent. So it is, the motion that we're talking about right now is that the board directs the policy committee to add a section for professional development to policy 8.6. It will specify that professional development is paid per diem as per the rates in Appendix C and expenses at the policy 8.6 rate. They will be calculated, paid, and recorded separate from regular trustee honorarium. So this is currently the practice that we're doing with our timesheets, but this trustee Gimber is saying this is not reflected in our policy anywhere that shows that when you're recording, if you were a brand new trustee and you were like, where do I put PD? This would allow you under policy 8, section 6, to see that PD is recorded, calculated, and paid separate from your trustee honorarium and on that separate line. So that is how it reads here, or this is exactly what it reads. I'll read it one more time, and then we'll go back and see if anyone has any other questions, concerns, or amendments. And then we can let trustee Gimber close. So one more time, the board directs the policy committee to add a section for professional development to policy 8, section 6. It will specify that professional development is paid per diem as per the rates in Appendix C and expenses at the policy 8.6 rate. They will be calculated, paid, and recorded separate from regular trustee honorarium. Thank you, Nikki. If you can stop sharing that just so I can get a better view of everyone here. Trustee Yegus, your hand is up. Do you want it up? Did you want to speak? You're good? Okay. You don't want to speak?
He's muted.
Yeah, you're muted, so I can't tell if you're saying skip me. Okay, we'll give you a minute. Let's see what happens. The anticipation is killing me.
Sorry about that. I was having trouble. I was bringing all sorts of things up. Okay,
That's
yes,
okay.
I do.
Great.
I would like to make an amendment to this, to Carla's motion. And
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me, but what I would like to amend is that, and I'll give the reasons, is that that we make a separate policy on professional development, because there's a lot of things right now. That whole policy is getting really big and it's getting actually tedious to read. So if we make a motion on professional development, there's a lot of things we could bring into it. It won't change this, what Carla has very much. All it will is that instead of making a change to whatever it was she said, that we make a motion. I'm sorry, that we move the policy committee, do a policy on professional development.
Thank you, trustee Yegus. Nikki, I can slide back and forth if you'll share the screen. I'm sorry. I forgot about amendments and stuff that could be coming forward. I do see you, trustee Gimber. We'll just get this up and then I'll come to you. So trustee Yegus, if it said the board directs the policy committee to create a policy around professional development, period, would that be sufficient?
Yes, and then they could put the rest of the stuff that trustee Gimber put in there?
It will specify that professional development is paid per diem as per the rates in Appendix C and expenses at the policy 8.6 rate. And professional development will be calculated, paid, and recorded separate from trustee honorarium.
Yeah, we could
Yes.
put that in there, yes.
Okay.
And then but the policy will conclude more than just that.
Yes, it'll be a fulsome look. Okay, so that will be the amendment. If you don't mind just scrolling up once you have that. Trustee Gimber, did you want to speak to this amendment? I know, I'm like, whoops, you had your hand up and now we're in an amendment.
So, yeah, I think it's fantastic that there's a new policy for professional development. You would need to change it will specify professional development is paid per diem at the rates in Appendix C, because that won't be in Appendix C of that policy. It would just have to say is paid per diem and expenses at the rate in policy 8.6 Appendix C.
Okay, so it will specify that trustee professional development is
Paid per
paid.
diem. And expenses at the policy 8.6 rate.
And then that whole last line from above as well. Okay. So trustee Gibber, would you consider that a friendly amendment?
If we put on there, if you change the word specify to include, then that will open the door for trustee Yegas to put all her other information in there.
Okay, so we'll just give Nikki a minute here. This would be so stressful for me, Nikki. And then Nikki, where it says it will, instead of specify, if you just said include there, it will include that professional development is paid. So trustee Yegas, would you consider that a friendly amendment to your amendment?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and so then trustee Gimber, you would consider this a friendly amendment to the original motion?
Correct.
So this is now the motion that we have on the floor. It is amended and it would sit just like this. I will read it. The board directs the policy committee to create a policy for professional development. It will include that professional development is paid per diem and expenses at the policy 8.6 rate. They will be calculated, paid, and recorded separately from regular trustee honorarium. Okay. That is what we are discussing. That is the motion on the floor. Is there any further questions or comments around that? Seeing none. Giving you just a window here. Trustee Gimber, would you like to close on
that? I think all of the points that I really wanted to make have been made. The only thing I can think of to maybe add is going back to the dollar piece. I understand why there's been stackings to avoid excessive claims. You know, somebody's doing 6 one-hour meetings, you can make it cost quite a bit of money, but again, that's not written in policy anywhere. So nowhere in policy does it say you can't stack or that you have to stack. And if we want to be doing this and we want to, you know, everything should be in black and white. There shouldn't be any, you know, if we all left tomorrow, somebody should be able to come in here and see what is supposed to be done based on our policies. And right now it's not there. So this is just a piece in my attempt to try and make everything black and white that is kind of gray that I've noticed in the past 18 months.
Thank you, trustee Gimber. So I'll now call the question on the board directs the policy committee to create a policy for professional development. It will include the professional development is paid per diem and expenses at the policy 8.6 rate. They will be calculated, paid, and recorded separate from regular trustee honorarium. Are there any opposed to this motion? I am seeing none. Thank you. So that's carried. Thank you. Okay. If everyone is comfortable with it, I think we will go till 1 o'clock and then we will take a half an hour break for lunch. Because we're gonna have to, I think there's multiple who are at meetings and we'll have to go out and find lunch quick. So is everyone comfortable with that continuing just until 1 o'clock and then taking a 30 to 45-minute break? Yeah. If you're not, vocally tell me because I can't see everybody. Okay. Okay. So this recommendation passed as well. Is that right? Sorry. Is that right? Nikki? Yes. Okay. Sorry. I just don't have my written paper here. So recommendation 2 is that the board directs administration to revisit the professional development calculations for the days in which trustees attended the governance course in 2022 and 2023. Those days will be amended and variances will be paid, repaired, repaid, and recorded as per recommendation 1. Available professional dollars will be updated and supplied to the trustees by the next regular board meeting. Okay, I will turn that to Trustee Gimber. This is being moved by Trustee Gimber, and I'll turn it to her.
Can I just confirm that this actually was voted as emergent? Because
I know, I thought that this one wasn't, but I thought that both of these weren't, but maybe we're wrong now.
I think the only other one that was Brad's budget.
Yeah, I thought too.
Impact.
Okay. Sorry, Nikki, and that might have been us misunderstanding, but I think that.
Point of order.
Yep.
I think this was voted as that we could carry this through. It wasn't
oh, this is
wasn't deleted.
Yeah,
it was passed.
I kind of think you're right. Nikki's pretty good.
The third one was.
Yes. The external committees one was, because we remember we voted. Yeah, you're right, Carla. I mean, and Clara, you're right, because yeah, so this one was. Yes, it was the other one, the external committees that wasn't. Okay, so
okay, I apologize.
Back to you, Trustee Gimber.
Okay, so again, that this is all of the reasoning and everything is all the same from our previous discussion over the last 20 minutes, half hour, whatever it was. This is just to provide clarity in our records with regards to our PD, and specifically the, like I mentioned, the only piece that's really made any impact and the only spots where it's been noticed have been the days that there was that governance course PD. So that's the only spot that where we could consider amending so that it's in black and white. It's a big course. It's a lot of time commitment. It's a lot of information, and it's a great course that's going to have a lot of impact if we choose to put the things that we learn in place. So I think it would be nice to have it actually recorded that the people that attended. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Just a point of clarity. Why is it specific? So usually when we vote something in, it becomes effective immediately. And I'm seeing that this has had, like over the past year, that this has been a gray area. Why is it specific just to the governance course? Like maybe there's other trustees who have done PD on the same day as a board meeting or whatever, and this would affect them as well. So I'm just wondering why it's just specific to that.
So I guess two things I can say to that. The first is the governance course is the main one that I noticed. This is the reason why I noticed this. but it doesn't need to be specific to the governance course, and the motion could definitely be amended. Otherwise, the only other reason I thought governance course only is because it wouldn't be as much of a pain for somebody to go back and have to look over the timesheets again to make the calculation. So, but it does not have to be specific to the governance course at all.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering if it was like that was very specific to this motion. So I'm going to open it up for questions and comments and discussion around this piece, this motion. Trustee Hodges.
So yeah, I guess this gives an opportunity for people that I guess thought they couldn't claim or shouldn't claim, or yeah. I understand why you're bringing this forward, Trustee Gimber. Just for clarity, I guess, like you said, in the PD and being transparent and showing what everybody's doing. Would this take place? Yeah, I guess you're wanting it to happen right away. Updated and supplied. Oh, so then you just want Mr. Perry to bring the updated professional developers to the next regular board meeting for just the governance course, or are we talking about other stuff like Trustee Poitras said, Chair Poitras said?
Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
So the idea here was that if it was just the governance course, it should be easy to calculate, and therefore it shouldn't be too, is arduous the word I'm looking for somebody to bring back, Mr. Perry to bring back the available professional dollars once they've been updated. And the reason I said the next regular board meeting is, again, because we're getting close to the end of the year, and our PD, the policy that is in place, does say that you can't carry, possibly you can't carry it forward, right? So people may need to make decisions on what they're going to do with future PD based on this, if this went through. But again, I'm open to amendments.
So just a clarifying point for me then. When we make a motion, it comes to an effect that day. So in this motion, it says the board directs admin to revisit the professional development calculations for the days in which trustees attended the governance course. You're asking them to revisit it based on a motion made today. So are you asking for this motion to then be made in effect as far back as what, September of this year or the beginning of the term? Because it doesn't really say anywhere in here.
So that's the reason why those that attended the governance course. So the governance course has only been going since October.
Okay. Okay. So unless there's an amendment made, this is saying that those that attended the governance course will have the adjustments made, and Mr. Perry will reflect that at the next board meeting with their updated dollars.
Yeah, they'll either be paid or they'll have to repay, depending on what the calculation is.
Okay. Is there any other questions around this piece? Okay, so as board chair, I tend to speak last before I weigh in. So before I let Trustee Gimber close, I think that I will vote against this. I plan on voting against this because there's lots of PD that has happened over the last year, and I don't think it's fair to specifically say only the governance course. I also don't think that if we included all PD in this, if I amended it to include all PD, that I don't think it's fair to go back and redo all of these I think this is the way we have been doing it for a long time. And if we want to make changes to that now, I feel like that's appropriate, but I don't think that we need to go back and recalculate all of these things and change all of them, especially when we're just talking specifically about one type of PD or one very specific PD. And for that reason, that's why I didn't feel it would be appropriate for me to amend it or to vote in favor of it. So that's where I sit, and I will let Trustee Gimber close.
So to clarify then, with what Trustee Poitras just said, Chair Poitras just said, does that mean that those that have not claimed their PD hours during those governance courses cannot go back and now claim?
There has never been a rule on how, like, as long as it's within this year, then you can still claim. So Trustee Yegas could, or I could go back and claim those. We've had trustees who haven't even put in a timesheet for 1 or 2 months and then go claim later. So as long as that fiscal year.
Okay, so again, there's no policy in place. This is just what you guys have been doing. The only policy that is in place is if you have not submitted a timesheet in 2 months, it doesn't automatically get paid. You don't have the option to go back the whole year. It's up to the chair to decide. So there is a piece of a policy, but the rest of it is not there. And this is exactly what I mean by clarity. Because right now it's up to somebody's decision whether or not the trustees that have not claimed yet can go back and do it or not. So that's one of the main reasons that I think these things need to be in black and white. And
because now it's coming down to our understanding of the policy, right? And not a black and white.
And not just ours, but the administration's understanding of how they want to calculate it. Absolutely.
Okay. Yes, so from my understanding, yes, so they could still claim it, but like you said, it doesn't automatically get paid, but it could still be claimed, and then it would be at the discretion of the chair. So, okay, if that's your clarity for me, did you want to close on this?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the recommendation is that the board directs administration to revisit the professional development calculations for the days in which trustees attended the governance course in 2022 and 2023. Those days will be amended and variances will be paid or repaid and recorded as per recommendation number 1. Available professional dollars will be updated and supplied to the trustees by the next regular board meeting. Are there any opposed to this? Okay. Okay, so 3 opposed, and that is defeated. Okay. So at this time, we will break for lunch till 1:30, and then we will be back. Sorry, Daryl, anyone else who's in Edmonton or wherever, does everyone feel comfortable with that 30 minutes, or do you guys want to do 45? 30? Are you guys comfortable with 30? We'll do 30 minutes. And if that means we got to snack a little bit while we're having our meeting, then that's okay. So we'll break now. Thank you guys. And you'll use the same link to come back. Carla, Clara, and Brad, if you're here, will you let me know? Brad's here. Okay, we'll just wait for Clara and Carla. Clara and Carla, are you here now? So we're just waiting on Carla and Clara, and then we just have a few items left. Nikki, if you don't mind sharing the agenda on the screen just for the last few items. Okay. Okay, we have Clara here. Do we have Carla here? Let's give her a call quick. Carla, do we have you back with us? We tried giving her a call, but there was no answer. Okay, so should we continue on board or do you want to wait? Continue? It's been, go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Can we do maybe graduations or something that
Sure.
we could update or easy on?
Would you like to make a motion to move out of camera for, or out of order for that?
Sure.
Okay.
Carlos here.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Carlos here.
everybody's back.
Okay, great. Go ahead, trustee Toon.
Chair, I would still make a motion that we go out of order and do F2 before we go back to our action items.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, just to do the update for Grantham and in the engagements
Before
and
the
things
action
that,
item?
yeah, before the action item. There might be some discussion or questions that people have about the engagement before.
Sure. Is there anyone opposed to that? Okay, seeing none, we will move out of order and go to discussion item F2. This is an update from both the Grantham and Nanton solution committees. So I will turn it over to, go ahead, trustee Toon, you're already unmuted.
Yeah, if you would like me to go first, I can talk about Nanton. So
Sounds
we've
great.
received word. Thank you. So we've received word that we have representatives appointed from the MD Willow Creek and for the upcoming committee. Still, I don't think officially heard back from Nanton on what their decision was, but looking forward to once we get that, setting some upcoming dates to meet and discuss our Grantham Schools Advisory Committee, I think was the name that we decided on that, and really looking forward to having some great discussions around that, but really don't have, excuse me, much else. If there's anything else from the other committee members on Nanton that we need to highlight.
I will just mention that we did receive communication back from the town of Nanton, and they were discussing it at their meeting last week, and we haven't heard from them yet. We offered to have trustee in attendance, which they said wasn't necessary. We did still want to make it, but had school councils and different engagements, so we weren't able to make it that night, but we've reached out just to see how the conversation went, and hopefully we'll hear back from them soon, and that committee can be meeting soon. So it's a really exciting time and exciting things happening. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that it has been on their meeting agenda, and we're hoping to hear back from them soon. Thanks, Brad. We'll go to Carla. Sorry, we'll go to trustee Gimber for an update.
With regards to Nanton?
With regards to Grantham, unless you had anything you wanted to add to the Nanton update.
No, I don't have anything to add to Nanton. So Grantham update, there isn't really much in terms of engagement session update to provide, because we had that one that was postponed due to inclement weather and illnesses. So it was scheduled to go March 27th. Instead it's going April 27th. So that's just a couple of days from now, where there will be roundtable discussions on Christian programming academies and K-6 configuration. There's been concern with regards to only discussing K-6 configuration, and what else do I have to say? And you know what, I'll share that there is a lot of disappointment in that town right now with regards to the loss of the principal that was announced on March 13th. There's a big hole there. He was perfect for trying to attract families to that community. So there's definitely some concern there, and they're really concerned about the status of their little community. They're not feeling supported at all by us. So we need to do a better job of doing that. So that's my update for now. until we've had the engagement session on Thursday.
Thanks, Trustee Gimber. And is that what you were hearing at school council? Did they was their school council well attended this month? And was that the conversation there?
So I did not attend the school council. This is from people calling me and expressing their concerns, especially with regards to budget. But I guess this is leading into the next one. I don't know how they're going to overlap here, but
yeah, I was just wondering if they had. I just wondered because I don't attend that school council. And maybe Brad did this month, if with the concerns and stuff, if there's been an increase parent numbers at the school council.
Trustee Toons will want to answer that question.
Yeah, so I can answer that. I attended the school this month's school council the previous months, and it was a lot of questions. It was the next year's acting principal that was in attendance there for as the administration side, and there was a lot of questioning on rationale and why going to the acting, just that feeling of lack of support of moving forward with more permanent things and seeking out options as opposed to just putting a placeholder in their confidence that we're in a wind down mode was how some put it, that we're just going to close the school in a year. So really it's upsetting when I know that we're committed to moving forward positively and finding solutions, and that's why we're spending as much time and energy and administration's efforts to try and make it that way. So really those conversations, and echo what Carla said, their principal there was amazing at connecting with students and community, and that hearing a lot of feedback that sad of the exit, but understand that those things happen. You can't keep everybody forever as much as we'd like to. So
sorry, Trustee June, was there an increased number of parents in attendance, or was it pretty average, or like?
There was a couple extra parents. As school councils go, like per capita, it's one of the highest amounts that is attended for a small school. I think Stavely is another one that has a super high for the size of school, where you get a school that's double, triple the amount, and they have less parents showing up to it. But
yeah, okay. Okay, is there any questions for either of these trustees around these updates or for the committee? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I guess it saddens me to hear that they feel like they're not supported, because I know that this board is very committed to supporting Granum and administration in the best way that we can possible. And so it's sad to hear that they don't feel supported. And so I don't know if that's just a communication piece that needs to go out to the parents, or if it's just will come naturally at the next engagement session. And so I hope that they know that this board is looking for every possible solution for Granum, and that we do support them. So
thank you, Trustee Hodges. Oh. I can't tell. There we go. Okay. Okay, so with that, is there any other trustees? Any questions or comments around these updates? Okay. Then Brad, can I have you mute yourself?
Sorry.
That's okay. We will jump back to our order and go to E6. Okay, and it reads, Granum School Budget. This is being moved by Trustee Toon. There is the recommendation that the Board of Trustees support the budget remaining fundamentally the same for Granham School for the 2023-2024 school year to help facilitate the continued work to find solutions to increase enrollment. I'll turn that to you, Trustee Toon, to speak to.
Thank you, Chair. Really appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward and the board's willingness to have this be emergent. This was not something that I had planned on doing, but with the volume of people and the amount of concern that is getting expressed in the community, really felt that this was necessary. The lack of support that they're being felt right now, as Trustee Hodges says, it's concerning. And I heard from a lot of people that said they don't even want to even attend the engagement session because they feel that it's tokenism, that there is no intent to move forward positively now. And this is some of our biggest cheerleaders in the community that have had our support constantly, that volunteer in the schools, volunteer in the community, show up to all the meetings. And they're saying, well, how can you say that you're supporting us and that you're moving forward with some of the actions that have been taking place? And so to me, actions speak louder than words. And this is an action that the board can take to show our commitment for the community and finding those solutions that I know we all care about. I'm not overstating it and saying that this could be the most important motion that is made of my time being a trustee that has the biggest impact. We're talking about a school that needs to find solutions to be sustainable. And we know that all our schools are the hearts of our community. And I think we're all committed in doing that with what our end goal is to increase the number of students or find solutions to help the community. And I think this is something that can tangibly do that. When we talk about sustainability and our commitment, this will help provide admin and school, the parents, our ad hoc committee, the time we need to fully explore all the options that we've been looking at for Granham. We as a board, we can say we support the school but when we won't invest 1 year in making sure that happens, I think that sends a different message to the community if we're not willing to do this. The talk in the community is now that budget cuts, as we all know, that with declining enrollment, we're going to be cutting staff, and it could be going down to 2 teachers, providing a possible scenario of K to 6, K to 5 or a K to 6, and not really sure on what the exact grade configuration is, but they're really troubled as they go around trying to. The parents are committed. They're going around with packages, trying to recruit people that to come to the school and to check it out, to volunteer in their time to do videos highlighting their awesome experience with the school. And then to hear that these cuts are happening and they're getting announced before our meetings to find solutions for the upcoming year, they find it really disheartening. And I agree, it's hard when these things happen, but a year of bridging with this budget support from the board would really help find a solution, whether it be alternate programming or grade configuration or all those things. Everyone would go in with ample time to prepare and make decisions that are best for the community, as well as families having the opportunity. So I would hate to see families move their kids out and have a further decline. And when it really, I think, is avoidable, it seems in my mind disingenuous to be engaging the community on solutions. Why these such severe steps are taking place when really I think we can avoid it for a year, making drastic decisions and making sure we're supporting the community as best we can. And I'll leave it at that for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Toon. Just a few clarifying pieces there. you spoke to a K-6 or K-5 school and moving to 2 staff members and this being announced. Can you speak more to who announced that, where that announcement came from?
It's not saying that they're going to K-6. It's that they're being told that they're going to down to 2 teachers. So it would be
who is being told?
The parents from current staff that they're going to a K-5 scenario and then a 6 to 9. So it's not changing the grade configuration. It's drastically changing. As a parent, I know going from bringing a new kindergartner in and having them be in the same class as a 5th grader is a lot different than the divisional system that has traditionally been there. So I think that this is a monumental shift in how things are done. And it was like not even how it was announced was kind of an in passing thing. It wasn't something that was emailed out or put on social media. So they're going to try and recruit people, and then all of a sudden there's a big shift in the change in the school and how it's run. That's drastically different than what all these parents signed up and committed to be at the school for. So just really, I don't know exactly what the details are because we haven't even been told of this as a board. So for me, this is just a statement we as a board make. It doesn't, the reason why I used the words fundamentally the same is because we're not asking for every dollar to be the same, but for a school to run for a year as we get things figured out on what the best go forward is, I don't think it's too much to ask that we support it. We've supported initiatives in the past, and I firmly believe that this will have the biggest impact on helping the community see our commitment and making sure we're finding the best fit for Grantham and moving forward. Thank you.
Right. Sorry. So I appreciate that. I just for clarity, before I would love to have admin speak to this also, but for clarity, you're saying that parents at the Grantham school whose kids currently attend have been informed by staff members that they are moving to a K-6 or a K-9 configuration and a 6 to 9 or a K-5 and a 6 to 9, and that they will be moving to 2 staff because of budget cuts. Is that what you're saying? That the parents have been told that by staff?
Yes, correct. That there will be 2 divisions in the school next year.
Out, so how was this shared out?
It was shared verbally with the people in the school. They were hearing it right from staff members. This wasn't hearsay in the community. It was, they were being told directly from staff that they were moving to a 2-division system next year.
Okay, so I'm gonna have admin speak to this, and maybe I should recuse myself as chair and have Mr. Perry discuss this. I just feel like as I'm a member of this committee, and last time we met out there, our meeting was really great. We had lots of people, and it felt like things were going good. And I haven't heard any of this. And as a trustee from our admin, or as someone in the Grantham community and whose kids have played out sports and stuff out there, so I haven't been hearing any of this. And we have had, Lori, you gotta mute yourself. And we have had engagement sessions because there was everyone out there was aware that we were turning down Grantham, like Grantham's being shut down. And that was just hearsay in the community, you know, that was just, and so we had to clear that up. So I feel like we need a little more information on this because maybe this is just hearsay in the community. So Daryl, is this something that you can address or speak to a little bit about any decisions that have been made in Grantham regarding the 2023-2024 school year?
Sure. Yes, thank you. So, oh, sorry, Brad.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just a point of order, Madam Chair. Are you reclusing yourself from chair currently, or?
I will recuse myself as chair now and ask Mr. Perry to chair this, please.
Okay, Mr. Sieglin, go ahead.
All right, I'll give a little bit of information, then maybe Jeff can add to that certainly as well. But I believe it was the last board meeting that the board approved the instructional allocation formula that we use to give staff their allotments for teachers and support staff. And so, you know, going through that with the updated projected numbers that schools submit sometime, and maybe Mr. Perry can provide some clarity when it's his turn, but sometime last week, the school administrators were provided with their allotments there for staffing and some budget information. And so schools, principals always have the autonomy to look at the resources that are given, and they have to make decisions. Usually there's a scarcity of resources. So not talking specifically about Granham for a minute, but another school might look at the resources that have been allotted to them this year and say, I can no longer provide straight grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 classes, whatever it is, and they might have to combine classes. They would take those dollars and decide based on the numbers and the configuration of students how to best use those resources. Specifically with Granham, we did make a decision to put in an acting principal for this year because we are going through this engagement process. We are exploring different options with them right now, and we don't know what the future will hold. And so that's totally open. The board is very committed to trying to make the best solution possible for Granham community and within the resources that we have. So one of the reasons why we put in an acting administrator is because of the different types of conversations that are happening. So what if there's an academy focus? What if there's a Christian-based focus? What if it's K-12, K-6, whatever the solution would be? Who is the best administrator to lead that school going forward based on the type of programming that's ultimately decided at the school? And since that is unknown, then the best thing to do was to put in an acting principal in that position for this year until we have a chance to go through the process and to have more conversation with the community and decide on what the future programming would look like at Granham. In addition to that decision, we also made a decision to pull off of the plate of the Granham school administrators the responsibilities for the colony schools, the principalship of the colony schools. So with that reconfiguration of responsibilities and the number of students that Granham was projecting, they got a certain allotment, which allowed them to have 3 teachers. So that includes the principal, but in a small school of K-9 with just over 30 students, it would be pretty reasonable for an administrator to teach a significant amount of time. And so how that school principal works with the school council and the staff there to develop whichever configuration they see best, that's the dollars that they would work under. I just want to also add that, so there's three teachers, if you include the principal, that have been assigned for next year, as well as 3 support staff. So a total of 6 adults in that building for just over 30 students. So you could do the math, but that's just over one adult for every 5 students. We don't have that sort of staffing in any of our other schools. And, we had been supporting Granham School with higher levels of staffing in the past year in particular, because we did have the reserves that were built up and we needed to expend a certain amount of dollars to get under the threshold that we were allowed to carry over. So we had the resources to be able to allocate additional staffing out there in Granham, but in other schools as well. Going forward, Mr. Perry has talked to you about the resources that we have and the projected deficit that we will run this year. And of course, that we can't continue at that level in the future years. We have to get aligned more so that our spending equals the resources the revenue that's coming in. And so that's a long-winded way, but shared a little bit about the context. And I wonder if Mr. Perry has anything further to add that I have not covered maybe, or other information. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sieglin. The only thing I would add to that is In addition to what Mr. Seguin said about the deficit that we would potentially run in this year is less than what we currently are running in the current year. When we talked at the last audit committee meeting, we were at about a $1.4 million deficit is what we anticipate running in the current year. We'll have another review and see where we're at with that. We cannot maintain that level of a deficit. And so the deficit for the current year would be less than that. But if you look at all of the schools in our jurisdiction, we're not able to maintain the same level of support as we ran when we had a planned $1.4 million deficit. And so all the schools are being impacted by going to a lesser deficit in the upcoming school year. And this is all information that will come to you at a later date as well. So you will have some schools who potentially are losing or declining in the amount of staff, even though their number of students is staying status quo. And so this is something that's division-wide and not necessarily something that is being proposed for Grantham only. And so that's the only other additional information that I would provide on top of what Mr. Seguin provided. So I will go to Trustee Poitras.
Great, thanks. So thanks, admin, for that clarity, and I hope you know, that's a message we can share tomorrow at our on Thursday night at our Grantham engagement, and maybe the principal will speak a little bit to what the year will look like next year, the acting principal. But I mean, I'm glad to hear that, that, you know, it's not moving down to 2 staff. And so I guess my question for Trustee Toon is, can you please clarify what exactly your motion means when it says to fund it, to keep the funding fundamentally the same? You alluded to the fact that it won't be dollar for dollar. So if we vote, if we're going to vote in favor of this motion, what does that look like? What does that mean? What, you know, you said this could be one of the biggest motions that we make in your time as a trustee. So can you help me understand what exactly that actually means?
Thank you. Yeah, so when we are discussing the input to the trustees, I'll take it back to where Trustee Gimber had talked at the start. We had trustee input into the budget on our committee of the whole agendas for a while, and it's something that we, in light of busy schedules, we haven't been able to address. There was going to be, at that time, I was going to bring up Grantham and how crucial it would be to continue on fundamentally the same. We know things change and things can happen. Staffing change in the middle of this isn't ideal, but it's just a lot. Like, it's a lot for the community to be going through this, and it doesn't, we can keep saying we support you, we support you, we support you, but all these big changes compounded all at once when we're in the middle of trying to find a solution, it's a big pill for them to swallow. And so anything we can do to try and keep it as close to status quo as possible, I think we need to be committed as a board to do this. Administration can come back and say, this is the constraints that we're working under, but we do have the means, I feel, to continue on one more year running similar situation as it is now, as we try to find what best solution is out there. I don't feel that there's one magic bullet that's going to be, we're going to look at this and this is going to be what saves Grantham School and this is what's going to be the best moving forward. To be honest, I feel it's going to take a number of initiatives, but the farther we get down the path of making changes to what's currently happening there, the harder it is to come up that hill and make things viable. And so we can say, well, we'll explain it at the meeting, and we'll explain that the principal explained why the acting title was there and gave the exact example why the superintendent said was there. But the feeling in the room that I keep hearing from people is you're saying that, but you're just saying it because you're buying time till you close the school. So if we're not gonna try and move some of these things better, we keep talking about things unless we're willing to try and implement some of these solutions as we call them that the ad hoc committee is looking into. We need to buy them as much time as possible to do some of those things.
Thanks, Trustee Toon. Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I just want to point out that at our last meeting of the whole, we were taken on a data walk and we were asked if there was anything that we felt was important that we needed administration to know to go towards the budget. So we had an opportunity at that time to say whether we needed more attention brought to any specific areas. So to say that we didn't have a chance for any kind of input, I felt is kind of incorrect, because we did do that data walk at our last meeting where we could go around the room and ask questions. And then they asked, is there anything that you would like to see reflected? Is there anything, any areas that you feel concern at? And so at that particular time, I do feel that if there was something that we as a board wanted to highlight, we absolutely could have done that at this time, at that time. And so I just wanted to point that out. And yeah, I'll leave it at that for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Long.
Yeah, before I vote on this, I need to make sure I'm clear on everything. So this is a two-part question for Trustee Toon. First part, so in this recommendation, you're stating that Grantham get exactly the same dollar funding next year as they did this year.
The words I chose in there is fundamentally the same. My interpretation of that isn't exact, and I'm open to any amendments coming forward from anybody. Like I say, this wasn't something that I had planned on bringing forward. This is just based on feedback from the end of last week, like literally from the end of last week. The train feels like it got derailed on this whole situation and everything. And we can't keep going back to public meetings and saying, trust us, trust us. I'm looking for something tangible to bring back that, hey, the board is committed to this. This is how we're showing you we're committed to this.
All right, so you're not giving anything tangible. You're asking the board to come up with something tangible.
I'm open for anything right now, Trustee Long, something that shows the verbal commitment in a public meeting. I really struggle when we talk in committee of the whole meetings. We make a statement in a data walk or somebody says something. It's good feedback for administration, but it's not clear direction and concise consensus of a board. It's direction, and we do that on smaller things to help guide. But when we're looking for consensus of the board, I think this is the process that we do it, so we can all raise our hands and say we're for or against something, and then move forward united on it as a board.
All right, so this motion is not stating, and I'm making sure I understand, it's not stating that Grantham have the same funding next year as this year.
No, fundamentally the same. Like if you interpret it differently, that's fine. But really looking for a solution to help instill confidence in the community that we're saying what we're doing, what we say is basically what it boils down to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Poitras.
I think Trustee Gimber had her hand up before me, if you want to go to her first.
It comes up in the order that the hand comes up, so you're up.
You could teach me that later, so I know. Okay, so I'm just struggling because you're looking for something, this motion, not you, Trustee Toon, this motion is looking for something tangible that we can say, you know, we're putting our money where our mouth is. We're showing you with this tangible motion or evidence. But this isn't anything tangible, fundamentally the same. What does that mean? What does that look like? Which is what I'm asking. If we vote in favor of this motion, what's going to happen? Now, you want to keep the status quo, or we want to keep the status quo at Granham. Granham used to have, I think it started this year with 42, Daryl, 42, 43 kids. Next year, it's starting with 10 less students. It's also not in conjunction with the colonies anymore, which takes away that 0.5 position of what the principal was doing. 10 less students. And so Granham is not the same. There is no status quo because it is getting smaller. I think in Fort McLeod, we're projected, you know, to have a lot of kids who are moving, a big class moving up to Walsh and not very many coming in. So they're going to lose significant students at their school, and they'll probably have less teachers, or all of our schools are going through this. And so, you know, I think hearing today that the plan is to have 6 staff members with 30 students, if I was a parent to a Granham student, I would be like, well, that's great. If I was a parent to a WA Day student and I found out it was 1 to 5, I would think that is amazing and excellent, and I would be super excited. And in fact, you know, I don't know that parents in some of our other communities aren't going to be saying, how are you justifying 6 staff members at Granham when, you know, over here our ratio is 1 to 17 or 1 to 21. So I think that you've said, you know, I don't think investing in one more year, having one more year, there is one more year, like for sure. And we're not saying there's only one more year. There's for sure one more year. Granham is open next year. Granham has a principal for next year. Granham has 6 staff members for next year. So I don't understand what moving forward with this motion is going to do to give them that tangible evidence. I think putting our money where our mouth is having these meetings that we're having. We're having another engagement meeting this Thursday where we're moving into the next steps. Like, how do we implement these things? Okay, well, now we have to have roundtable discussions to see which of these are more viable, which is the community actually interested in. How do we move forward? What does that look like? And I agree that there might be dollars that have to move forward into making it a Christian program school or making it an academy school. But right now we don't know that. And that's something that we would have to bring forward as an initiative in the future. But right now, I think having this information, we're at a public meeting right now, and it's been stated that next year Granham School will remain open, and Granham School is going to have a principal and 2 full-time teachers and 3 EAs, support staff. Sorry. I was like, what's the word? Someone say it, support staff. So I think that right there is, let's share that. Let's share that out right now. You know, after this meeting, let's make sure that Granham knows that. Let's make it an announcement. But I personally don't know that voting in favor of the current motion that's on the floor is going to give us something tangible that we can say, hey, this is what we're doing. And in fact, I think it might be detrimental, because depending on how all the different people who read it interpret the word fundamentally the same, we could be biting ourselves in the butt here, because there might be less dollars next year, but we think the classrooms look fundamentally the same. And others could be like, you know, our school lost $50,000 in funding. That's not fundamentally the same. And so I think it leaves too much up to individual interpretation, and then people will hold us accountable to their individual interpretation. And I don't even think here at this table, we have agreement on what fundamentally the same means.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Trustee Gimber.
Sorry, first of all, I don't think it's been mentioned at this meeting what the current staffing levels are in Granham. Can somebody please clarify that for me, please?
Trustees, or Mr. Siegman, do you want to clarify the allocation of staff right now?
Mr. Feller would probably have a better idea. I know that they have one more teacher than what they have projected for next year. But remember that the Colony School leadership has also been removed from that position. I'm not so sure about support staff. I think it's pretty close to the same, maybe slightly higher this year.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I understand that there's a lot of confusion, and there should be, around the word fundamentally, because we're always looking for something tangible, of course. But for a minute, I'm going to talk frankly with regards to how this looks, because perception is reality. And if you were a parent that's in Grantham right now, what you are seeing is that you have 4 teachers there, 3 support staff. And over the past couple months, you have had rumors circulating that we're closing Grantham, which we've dispelled. But the rumors have been there, and we're lucky that we were able to dispel them. But then a principal leaves, the great principal that's been supporting, he's been our main cheerleader, and now he's gone. And then we only have an acting principal. Why do we only have an acting principal? You know, are they planning on closing it at the end of next year? Yeah, sure. They have guaranteed in a public meeting that we're going to be around for next year, which they did. But just as a parent, this is what you hear. And then now I've heard from teachers, or not teachers, but from staff at the school, that the number of staff are going to drop. I haven't heard anything from the board. I haven't heard anything from my trustees, but I've heard at schools that the number of staff are going to drop. And now, you know, the principal of the colony's gone, so the decision has been made to reduce the staffing at that school by another half. So if you look at it from an outside perspective, you're
Greg,
unmuted,
you're
Trustee Long.
If
you,
Carla,
you're muted now.
Trustee Long, we'll let Carla finish and then we'll let you respond.
Everybody may feel that I'm off base by saying these things, but what I'm telling you is after that meeting of the whole on Monday, because Trustee Hodges has said that we had the data walk, we could have had all this happen, but my phone started ringing off the hook. I had messages on my phone from parents in Grantham that must have just heard about the staffing allocation that had been made, that were in tears because they were sure that we are lying to them, that we are pulling the wool over their eyes, and that we are lying about our choices that we're making about Grantham, and we're just going through the motions. So from a perception is reality standpoint, absolutely, they're right. You can't tell me that everything that's happened is in favor of Grantham staying open right now. We can argue and argue and argue that we're not, which we're not. I mean, we are 100% in favor of them, but that's not how it looks. So our communication strategy isn't working. Something isn't working because it doesn't look like we are supporting Grantham. And those people on the floor out there, on the ground out there, they are working their tails off to put before school and after school care in place. They are doing everything they can, advertising, pamphlets, booklets, going out, making videos for their school, for their community to try and draw people in. And from a perception is reality standpoint, we're not backing them.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Poitras, you jumped the line when you raised your hand. It must be because you're one of the hosts or whatever. Trustee Yegas was up next. And then, so we'll go Trustee Yegas, then we'll go Trustee Poitras, then we'll go Trustee Toon, and then Trustee Long.
Actually, okay.
Trustee Yegas, you just muted yourself.
I'm having a lot of trouble with this discussion because I totally agree. I have a real problem with the word fundamentally. But the explanation, which will when we approved what we did at the last board in terms of the, you know, the allocations in that was for every school. So every school would be affected. We have done a lot in terms of trying to alleviate rumors within the Grantham area, and we did that with Nanton too, which I think, I mean, I think at this point, what kind of decisions are being made? And maybe Trustee Poitras answered that question for me when she said at next meeting you're going to have that you're going to be talking more about where to go from that. But I guess one of my questions is, what is the timeline for making a decision on this? And maybe if the people knew that there was a timeline. But I think right now, I don't know if the communication is broken or anything, because we're trying to communicate as much as possible. I guess we got to be careful about how we're going to be chasing rumors, and just look at, what can we tell them in terms of what has happened. We have always said we will not close Grantham. We'll try, I shouldn't say we will not close it, but we will try to do as much as possible to keep all of our schools open. So I don't know, as I said, I'm having a lot of difficulty when I'm listening to everything that's being said. I'll let the rest of the trustees put their 2 bits in.
Thanks, Trustee Yegas. Trustee Poitras.
I 100% agree with your perception is your reality. I 100% agree with that. And anyone who has had a kid in school in Grantham and had Nick Beer as their principal knows that he's phenomenal. And I would be super sad if he was my principal and he was leaving. And he was very open and honest with them, because Nick didn't want to leave Grantham because he loves Grantham and everything that's going on there is hard, but he also would like to work with bigger schools and stuff. And that is 100% out of our circle of control. That was the principal's choice to apply for and his prerogative. And I think we're all very happy for him. And it's very unfortunate that the timing happened. So I can see how that would add to the perception of, it's a bummer that we're losing our amazing principal, and that makes it feel even scarier. But we've been very transparent about why there's an acting principal in there. When a principal goes into a contract and becomes an administrator, and it's a bigger deal. So having an acting principal, I don't think is a huge slap in the face or a big arrow for Grantham being like, acting principal, obviously they're closing your school. I don't think that at all. And I don't understand why parents would feel that way. I see that we are talking about this. We have made it, we want updates on Grantham every month at our board meetings. We have a committee that's job is to only work on this. This is what that committee is working on. And they are meeting, because we're hearing communication is not great. They're meeting with our communication expert, Carly, to specifically develop a better plan moving forward here. We have created 2 or 3 videos promoting the school. Not parents didn't make those, we made them. And we are working to do these things. Parents are working in the community and helping out too. We also have surveyed our parents and reached out to try and figure out, do we need before and after school care, and how can we partner to do that? And we're working on that. Lisa Furukawa is working on that, and Leanne Feller. So to say, it hurts me as a trustee, especially as a trustee on this committee, to hear you say that the perception, which is their reality, is that we say we support you and we're doing nothing, because we're not doing nothing. And if that means communication needs to be different, and we need to be like, we made a video, yay, we made a video, yay. Now we're meeting. We just want to let everyone know we're having a meeting to get before and after school care. And I want to publicly announce that to everyone. Okay, if we have to communicate it in a different way, but we are working on it. We are supporting Grantham. We are meeting with the MD to look at ways to bring more people into the community, to use the building for our school, but also how can we help use it in other ways in the community? We are not doing nothing. We are doing the opposite of nothing. We are constantly meeting. We are constantly updating. We are doing what we can. And there are things that are out of our circle of control, like principals wanting to grow and be in bigger communities, but we are not doing nothing. And this motion, as it reads right now, does not do anything, in my personal opinion, to give you tangible evidence that says, hey, we support you. In fact, it could be very negatively affecting what other communities think about the board by saying the board is willing to allocate the same funding dollars, even though they have less students, they don't have the colonies, which means half of a administrative position, all these things. They have downsized as far as the school goes, but they're going to give them the same dollars. And where do those dollars come from? They're going to have to come from another school, another community. So I don't think that this motion is going to help give tangible evidence that we are putting our money where our mouth is. I think we are doing it. And I think if they don't know, then let's toot our horn a little bit louder.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Trustee Thune.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this a lot. I come to the board asking for help in crafting something that can show us, and telling the community that we're doing stuff isn't enough. Showing up to a meeting where we're paid to come there and be at, and isn't going to instill confidence in the community. Saying, trust us, trust us, trust us, we have your best interest in mind, isn't. I'm asking for board support. I don't personally feel supported by the board on this issue. I have brought things forward that have not been responded to. I brought forward officially that the school council wanted to talk about K to 12 in the grade configuration. And we were told, no, we're going to move and talk about K to 6. That's not the only conversation that they want to have. They want to talk about K to 12 because they look at that and say that's an area that we can, and you can say, well, we're talking about academies. That's kind of the same thing. That's not exactly the same thing. If we're going to move in another direction, we need to have everything open and on the table. Oh, we'll do that at another meeting. How many meetings can we have on this issue before we have to start having some action on tangible things that can move forward? So I get it. We can all pontificate and say this might be worse of a motion. I don't see anything that can adversely affect somebody seeing a motion saying, well, you might not be doing what the motion says. What weight does that have? We're responsible to the communities that which we serve. And I, as a committee member and that attends school councils and have the majority of my 10 years on the board in Grantham, feel we need to be changing what we're doing. And this was the first step in bringing that forward. I don't like having people call me in tears saying, you guys are lying, like flat out saying that we're lying and we're not telling the truth on what we're doing. And so I feel the anxiety that Trustee Gimber is feeling right now. What are some things that we can do? And if you say this motion isn't it, well, what is it? Showing up to a meeting and saying, we're doing everything we can do. No, that doesn't do it.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Thune. Trustee Long.
Yeah, I apologize for my interruption. It's just a point of clarification. Talking about staffing, last year or this year, they have 3 full-time teachers and a half-time principal. And next year, they're going to have 2 full-time teachers and a full-time principal. So there's only a reduction of half a position, not a full position, because the principal was only half-time last year. So it's a drop of half a position.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Poitras. Okay.
Trustee, and I'm sorry that you don't feel supported. And like, I'm not saying that I go to meetings that I'm paid to go for, and that shows you, Grantham families, that I'm committed. Okay. And I honestly don't think if I came to the meeting on April 27th and said, I just want everyone to know that I'm volunteering my time to be here, I'm not going to put the hours in, I don't think that would make a lick of difference. if I wasn't paid to be there or if I am. But I'm saying we have invested time and money into making videos about the Grantham School to try and help it. We have invested time and money into meeting with potential partners. We have invested time in doing surveys, making a survey to send out and ask the parents. And we are very strategic about when we do our surveys and what we survey people on, because we don't get feedback if we send a survey out every week. It's like they send surveys out all the time. I'm bored, survey burnout, blah, blah, blah. So we added another survey so that we could see, are we losing people because we need before and after school care? And if so, how can we help provide that? What can we do? So I don't understand when you're saying all we're doing is going to meetings and talking about these things. And that's it. I don't know how you can say that when you are on this committee and you're doing the work. Like, we're meeting again today. The Grantham committee meeting is meeting again today to talk about these things. So, okay, so I have a hard time with that, but I 100% am for Grantham. I would love to find a Grantham solution. So I'm on the committee for it. And Grantham's right next door. So what I'm asking you as a board, everyone in this room who has the ability, which is only trustees, to make amendments or whatever, I need you to help me, Brad, to make an amendment to this motion, because this is not tangible. And when you say, I don't see, like, what's the big deal? What's the huge impact if someone says, fundamentally, you said you were going to keep it the same and you didn't, like that doesn't really have a big kickback on us? I'll tell you what it is. Today, we're here talking about your perception is your reality. And we need to support this community and let them know that we have their back. And now you're saying, let's pass this motion. And if they perceive it to mean that we're going to give them dollar for dollar, and in the end, we have to say that was your perception and it wasn't the reality, like, you know, that, I'm sorry, but what's the big deal? That's a big deal. That breaks their trust again. That's why it has to be clear and concise. You want something tangible? If you're asking dollar for dollar, then say it. If you're asking to keep the same number of support staff, say it. If you're looking for something tangible, then give me something tangible to vote on. Because how it sits right now, I don't even know what it means. I would like a motion to say that we will keep all of our schools fundamentally the same funding, but I can't go to the government and say, we passed this motion, so give us more dollars. So I need something tangible and that I can actually understand what the motion means so I can vote on it. Because it sounds like you're saying if I vote against this, I'm against Grantham, and I'm not. I want Grantham to be there. I want it to thrive. I want to find a way to make it a heart of the community and to bring more students back. But I need something tangible to vote on.
Thank you, Trustee Toon.
I would again ask the board, if you're against this, come up with something. I brought this as a discussion starter, not to be, if you don't agree with this motion, you don't support Grantham. I don't believe that at all. But I feel that this is the way that I could come up with a way to support Grantham and show the community that we support Grantham. If you feel that it doesn't accomplish that, propose something else. I'm open to any amendment from any board member to try and get there. I believe that the board in the wisdom that we should be able to come up with something. If you don't think that this is tangible, what is there that we can say that would be tangible? If somebody wanted to make an amendment to say support staff or staffing or whatever, that's not what I thought would change the discussion or be palatable to the board. But I struggle when I put out this and you say, well, I don't agree with it. Well, what do you agree with it? If it's nothing, say, I don't agree with anything. Making a motion, say that. Say, I don't agree with making a motion on this issue. That's easier to process and deal with going forward than saying, I don't agree with this motion, but I'm not willing to speak up and share any other motion that I would even have any consideration on.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Poitras.
Nikki, could I get you to bring up the motion, please? Okay, so the recommendation that the Board of Trustees support the budget remaining fundamentally the same for Grantham School for the 2023-2024 school year to help facilitate the continued work to find solutions to increase enrollment. Okay, I would like to propose an amendment. My amendment would be that recommendation that the Board of Trustees direct the Grantham Committee to meet with the communication officer at the earliest convenient date, or just at the earliest date possible, to develop a communication plan around the work that has been done and is currently being done towards a Grantham solution. So just while you kind of finish that up, this motion is, we have recently talked about our communication and committees, ad hoc committees meeting with our communication officer to develop communication plan. So this is something that our communication officer is expecting. I think that by having the trustees direct this specific committee to meet first and communicate not only on going forward, but on some of these things that have already been happening, that this will help show that action is being taken and do it in a public way that people can tangibly see and hear. And part of the communication plan also is where to communicate it, how to communicate it, who do we communicate it to. I honestly believe that the biggest problem right now is obviously when the funding dollars came out a week ago, or the school allocation funding came out, there was some rumors that happened, and our biggest problem is dispelling the rumors. Our problem is not that we're not doing enough, because we are doing plenty and we are trying to do as much as possible. So the real problem must be that we are not communicating it out properly, and the rumor mill is communicating much more efficiently. So I would make this amendment to the motion in hopes that the real problem of lack of proper communication on our actions will be able to squash those rumors. So that's my amendment.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Poitras. My fear with what you have put on is it's not the same. It's not really an amendment. It's a new.
It does change it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'll look to, not that I want to get in the way of the board making progress with regards to where they're going. I'll listen to Trustee Toon and see what his thoughts on, and whether we need to vote on the original motion. And if that's defeated, then you can put your motion forward. Because I don't see it as an amendment per se, unless Trustee Toon has other thoughts about that.
Yeah, I agree with the call of the chair that this is an amendment. This is a substitute motion, and frankly, telling what we're communicating isn't the same thing as saying what we're committed to doing. Saying that we're going to communicate the work that's being done, and not that it's a bad thing to create a communication plan, but how can we say that we're communicating something as opposed to saying we're committed to doing something?
Sorry, and just for clarity, what are we committing to doing in the first motion?
Okay, let's go to Trustee Long, and then we'll let Trustee Toon respond to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say is this is bad politics. It's bad politics. We're just putting out something general. We're not giving any specifics. So now those trustees that vote against this are bad people. The ones that vote for it are the good people. This motion totally makes me angry, because it's bad politics. It's not a good recommendation. There isn't anything feasible in it. There isn't any roots to it. There isn't anything concrete in it. It's just I'm putting out a recommendation because I think the trustees need to do something. I have no idea what they should do, but if they vote against this, it tells you that they're against Grantham. I think this is really bad politics.
Point of order, point of information.
Yeah.
I was wondering which motion trustee Long was talking about.
Trustee Long, you're on mute. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm responding to the first one, the recommendation support remaining fundamentally the same is what I'm talking about.
Okay. Thank you for everyone's comments. I think because the motion is on the floor, we need to deal with it. And if there's a subsequent motion, then we can go there. Trustee Poitras.
Sorry, so the motion that I put forward, we're discarding that, right? Like you can just get rid of that. And then if this one doesn't pass, I or anyone else could put forward a subsequent motion or a motion arising from business, but we are just talking about the recommendation that the board, because they have totally different intentions. So it couldn't be an amendment, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Trustee Yegas, is your hand still up or do you have another comment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I have a real problem with this because if we vote against it, it was said, it seems like we're voting against helping Grantham. But I don't like the motion. I am totally against what this motion is saying. So I really have trouble with this motion. And the fact that it's coming the way it has been brought forward to the meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas. Unless there's an amendment, that is the motion that we will have to vote on.
Mr. Kuzik's hand is up. Oh, it's gone now. Oh, look at Chad. Look how excited you were. You were like, oh no. Okay, sorry. I thought his hand was up.
Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. I just wonder if in the motion, because I do have an issue with how it is too, but I wonder if there's room in this motion to say recommendation that the Board of Trustees continue to support Grantham and help facilitate the continued work to find solutions to increase enrollment. If that, I don't know if I'm wording it quite right, but I just wondered if that helps everybody. Like we want to show Grantham that we're going to continue to support them and we want to help find solutions to increase enrollment, and which we have been doing.
So what I hear as far as
I'm just going to leave it at that and see what the board thinks, but I just wondered if this amendment helps at all, or does it make it worse?
Okay, so the amendment that I'm hearing is to remove the budget remaining fundamentally the same and put in that the Board of Trustees, no, that's, so I wouldn't put that wording, Nikki. I would just put the motion and then copy and paste the motion down and then remove the budget remaining fundamentally the same and put in the words that Lori said, or Trustee Hodges said. Okay, that the Board of Trustees support the Grantham School to help facilitate, that they continue to support the Grantham School to help facilitate the continued work to find solutions and increase enrollment. Now we're just getting the amendment clear, and then we'll look to see whether that's friendly or whether that's something we need to vote on. I think it was continue to support, yeah, trustees. Help facilitate the Grantham School. Board of Trustees support the can you take off support the after trustees? Continue to support Grantham and help facilitate the Grantham School work. So I think just delete all the way up to find from where you are. And then Lori, you can tell me if that's what you're saying. Work, and then add 2 back in to find. Okay, Lori, have a read at that. Or sorry, Trustee Hodges, have a read at that.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
That's the amendment that you're proposing. I'm gonna look to Trustee Toon to see whether you consider that as friendly or an improvement to the motion based on the discussion that's been had.
Thank you. No, I'd accept the amendment to the motion. I appreciate Trustee Hodges bringing it forward, and the only reason it is because the other motion wouldn't have passed. Nobody supported it whatsoever, so I appreciate her trying to do something. I still believe that we should be remaining the budget the same, and this motion doesn't do that, but
okay, so you're so you're not accepting it as friendly, right?
Technically, no, because it doesn't, you're talking budget and you're talking, it doesn't contain anything to do with budget, so I can't see how it's an amendment. I feel that's a substitute motion, which again, I would rather have a motion passed than nothing passed at all.
Okay, and Trustee Toon, are you wanting us to go to the original motion? So vote on this amendment and then go to the original motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just vote on the original motion. And then we'll have a substitute motion.
Okay. Yeah, I would concur if you're taking out the budget remaining fundamentally the same. It is, the proposed amendment is changing the intent of the motion. So I think we need to go back to the original motion. And trustees will have to determine whether they want to vote on that. Is there any additional discussion around the motion? Okay, Trustee Poitras.
Okay, so we're wrapping up, I think, which is why I'm asking this question. We're wrapping up, I think, on this original motion. Trustee, it changes it because it's not saying anything about budget. So obviously, one of the important pieces, or the important piece in this motion, is to have additional dollars allocated in support of the Grantham School over the next year. Is that correct?
Yeah, you could say that that's a key factor in doing it.
And if that's correct, then what specifically would those dollars be used for? Like for staffing, or for like meetings for a Grantham solution, or for what are those additional allocated dollars? I'm looking for a way to reword this, but I have to understand it. So what would those, if it's key that there's additional dollars allocated, what are they for?
And I don't, may I go ahead, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that needs to be decided here today. The commitment made of that, we can decide that at a future meeting. I understand the hardship that this has been, a motion like this coming forward in an emergent nature. But as we go to approving budgets and making plans for upcoming years, I think it's critical we say that there's a commitment there. I then, the committee can make recommendations, administration can make recommendations, the principal could make recommendations. It could come from anywhere, and it doesn't need to be decided today is what I think it boils down to.
Okay, so, sorry.
Go ahead, trustee Poitras.
Okay, so if we are wrapping up on this, then I never want my vote to be a surprise for anyone. And so I would just say, because there is no specific dollar amount and we don't specifically know what the dollars would be used for, we are on such a tight budget and we're running a deficit and we're losing dollars. I cannot vote in favor of a motion that has the idea of setting aside a pocket of money for Granum that we don't know how much it should be or what it will be used for, but they might need it, so let's have it. It's just too broad. I want to help Granum. I want to do this. I am committed, but I can't commit to an undisclosed amount of money for an undisclosed purpose when our budget is so tight. So for that reason, I cannot vote in favor of this, but I am in favor of Granum.
Thank you, trustee Poitras. Trustee Gimber, you had your hand up, but okay, so trustee Yegas.
I was just going to say, I totally agree with what trustee Poitras said. I think when we're talking something, this is just too broad, very difficult for me to vote for something that really doesn't specify dollar amounts or what it is going to be used for. That's it.
Okay, thank you, trustee Yegas. Now, trustee Gimber.
Just to clarify, we are discussing the recommendation or the motion.
Original. Yeah,
The original. Will the
motion.
second one come forward?
We're not sure. That would have to come. That would have to come forward after we vote on the initial motion.
Okay, so
we're dealing with the initial motion. Yeah, sorry.
But it would come forward after this one is dealt with.
Potentially, yeah.
Sorry, what do you mean by potentially? Does somebody have to move it to come forward then, or?
Yeah, someone would have to move it to come forward. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Someone would have to make an additional motion because we deemed that those two motions were not. They were taken away from the original intent of the motion, so we're back at the original motion. And if after we vote on this motion, someone could move an additional motion. So just let me check. Is there any other comments, trustee Toon? I'm going to let you finish your closing remarks. And I think we're to that point unless somebody, I'm not sure what that hand means. Greg, do you have your hand up? Okay. Okay. All right. So trustee Toon, would you like to close on this matter?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Appreciate the discussion. I recognize that this isn't the most ideal circumstances, and yes, I do believe that this is a broad motion that provides flexibility, provides administration to bring something back going forward. If somebody wanted something more specific, we could have brought any sort of amendment to narrow in on budget, but none were proposed that pertain to budget or pertain to doing tangible things for the Granum schools. So I just ask you consideration for your support in doing this. This isn't the only way that we can support Granum, but I think that this is a huge step and makes a huge statement to the community that we support them going forward. This isn't about setting aside a huge pot of money for unknown reasons. This is about maintaining status quo for a year as much as possible in the community and in the school as we come to solutions. This isn't something that's out of the ordinary for us. We've received bridge funding as an entire school division to help with changes in funding. This is the type of request that this motion is, and I hope that you can support this motion moving forward.
Okay. Thank you, trustee Toon. Trustee Poitras, that was closing remarks. Do you have a point of clarification?
Just asking for a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Recorded vote. Nikki? Okay, so I will call the question. The motion as it states is recommendation that the Board of Trustees support the budget remaining fundamentally the same for Granum School for the 2023-24 to help facilitate the continued work to find solutions to increase enrollment. All those opposed? Okay, that's 4. Oppositions, all those in favor, because it's a recorded vote, I guess. Okay. All right, I think we have those. Yeah. I'll just let her write that down. That is defeated. Okay. Trustee Hodges, did I turn the chair back over to Trustee Poitras or listen? Okay, Trustee Poitras, do you want to take the chair back?
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you guys for that fulsome discussion, and thank you, Mr. Perry, for chairing it. We'll just let Nikki finish there. Is there anyone who has anything at this time? Any motions arising from business? I see Trustee Hodges. So just, oh, I'm trying to raise my hand. We'll go to Trustee Hodges.
I would like to put forth the motion that I had put forward previously, that the Board of Trustees continue to support Grantham and help facilitate the Grantham school work to find solutions to increase enrollment. And maybe we could have in there too, part of what Trustee Poitras had tried to offer earlier about a communication plan being done with the Grantham committee.
Okay, so Trustee Hodges, if it said that the Board of Trustees continue to support Grantham and help facilitate the Grantham school work to find solutions to increase enrollment, period. And that the board of Trustees direct the Grantham committee to meet with the community or communications officer at the earliest possible date to develop a communication plan, period. Or all of it. Oh, all of it. Okay, she says all of that. Okay, so this is a new motion on the floor arising from business being moved by Trustee Hodges. So I will just read it one more time, and then Trustee Hodges, you can speak to it, and we will open the floor for questions. So the motion reads, the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees continue to support Grantham and help facilitate the Grantham school work to find solutions to increase enrollment. The Board of Trustees direct the Grantham committee to meet with the communication officer at the earliest possible date to develop a communication plan around the work that has been done and is currently being done towards a Grantham solution. Trustee Hodges, I'll let you speak to.
Thank you.
Tell Trustee Toon, oh, he needs to mute.
Oh. Trustee Toon, yeah, you need to, thank you. So I really hope that this helps our Grantham community, our Grantham school, our Grantham parents know that we are committed to Grantham and that we really want to dispel the rumors that are going out there and that we want to find a solution and that we are not closing Grantham right now. We are going to try our very best to work hard at this. And I really feel that we are fighting against the rumor mill right now. And so I think by getting out a strong communication plan and trying to stay on top of the rumor mill, it'll always be a challenge. Rumors get started and they spread like wildfire. So I think that we just really need to be maybe a little bit more diligent. We've talked about this in the past about trying to stay ahead of the rumor mill. I think that I hope that everybody sees the potential in this and that it'll hopefully help move the work forward. And like I said, supporting Grantham and the community and all the parents and community members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, trustee Hodges. We'll open the floor now for questions, comments, concerns, changes, amendments, all the things. Okay, not seeing any hands. I'll just give it another minute here. Clara, trustee Yegus?
Yes, I would just like to speak in support of this motion. I think it's a good way to show that we do support Granham, and we as trustees continue to support Granham in the best ways possible. Thank you.
Thanks, trustee Yegus. We appreciate that. Okay. Trustee Gimber's thinking about it. Yes. Okay. Go ahead, trustee Gimber.
So of course, I'm in support of this motion. It's everything that we've been trying to do to really advertise that we're not closing Granham. We're trying to do everything that we can, and as you can tell from my communications with the board, I'm very passionate about this. And what I was actually pleased to hear all of the counter arguments that were made by my fellow trustees, and especially the passionate conversation from trustee Poitras, because those are the exact arguments that we can now use when we're talking to the public in Granham. And it really is a cheerleading for what is being done. Obviously communication, and we know that because we've brought it up a couple times, and the whole reason we brought in the communication, what is her name? I'm sorry, Carly, to help us with all of our communication going forward. So yes, I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Gimber. Okay. Just last minute here, window of opportunities closing. Thanks to Cal and David teaching me that. My kids don't like it. Okay. I'm seeing no further conversations, so I will turn it to trustee Hodges. Did you want to close on that?
No, I think that everything's been said that needed to be said, and I just I do really appreciate all the board's discussion today, and I'm glad that we were able to come together to hopefully show Granham the support this way.
Okay, thank you, trustee Hodges. And with that, I'll read the motion one more time and we'll vote. That the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees continue to support Granham and help facilitate the Granham School work to find solutions to increase enrollment. That the Board of Trustees direct the Granham Committee to meet with the communications officer at the earliest date possible to develop a communication plan around the work that has been done and is currently being done towards a Granham solution. This is being moved by trustee Hodges. Are there any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Thank you. There it is. Just a nice big breath after that awesome conversation. There's a lot of amazing things happening, and we're moving towards some solutions hopefully in Granham, and we want them to feel the board's support. So moving forward, hopefully we can do that. Our notices of motions, we don't need to do anything with those at this time. So we will move on to, we have done F1 and F2, so we'll move on to F3 at this time. 10:25 a.m. All right, we're a little over. It's okay. Chair Poitras will present the list of graduations to the trustees for information. We want to share this. We don't have all of them right now, 100%, but we obviously like to get this information out as soon as possible. And some of these are happening beginning of May. So we'll just go ahead when we'll start at the top and go down. And if you are in that ward, then just unmute. So we'll have Greg and Clara unmute and do your ward first.
Yeah, I'll do CCHS, the Friday banquet and the Tuesday cap and gown.
And I'll do the Livingstone School for the banquet and ceremony. I got an invitation from CCHS. I will try to do can't remember if it was for the banquet too. So I'll do, I'll have to look back at the invitation, but I will try to get to the cap and gown for CCHS.
Sorry, Chair Poitras had to step out for a sec. Can we just move on to the next one? Sorry for the echo. Can we just move on to WCCHS?
Point of order, can we just table this to a committee of the whole and finish filling it out then?
Can we just give like 2 seconds for the chair to come back?
Sorry, thought it would be so quick. Okay, Lori made you want to table this?
Brad did.
Oh, Brad did. Brad. Okay, is there any other ones that need to be done before just the May 12th, right? Okay. Okay, so is there anyone who's opposed to tabling this to our meeting of the whole on the 17th? Nope. Okay. So we will table this. Thanks, Nikki. Okay, awesome. So, key messages. Let's see. Well, we'll go to our 3 key messages. I think our TTOM presentation would be excellent. They are going to share the presentation with us. Not that we need to share it at our meetings, but if there's anyone else who has something they'd like to add, please go ahead and unmute and add it. Just go ahead.
I think we should have the Granum motion, please.
Okay, Granum motion.
By-election.
Sorry?
The by-election one.
The by-election, okay. Okay, that is 3. Thank you. Just 1 sec. So our next item is item H, in camera. Trying to think if we have anything left to do in camera. Okay. Yeah, let's do it, I guess. Let's go in camera. Can I get a motion made by Trustee Hodges at 3:11 to go in camera? And we can use the same link we used last time at the beginning of the meeting when we went in camera.